Welcome to the January 24th Board of Commissioners meeting. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First up, we have approval of the minutes of the public meetings of November 22nd.
Move they be approved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment?
Yeah, I have a change that has just recently been brought to my attention. It is on page 8 during public comment, and it was a statement. It's halfway through the page under Sarah Armstrong. If we could insert the words "over residential" so that it reads, "There are over 2,200 residential households in Radnor," insert "which are above the average assessment." And then the next sentence, cross out "most" and insert "the highest payors," paying over $11,000.
I have two changes also on the minutes from November 22nd. On page 5, where it says Commissioner Curley is against forwarding these funds to a nonprofit. I'd like that changed to Commissioner Curley is against forwarding these funds to a nonprofit without knowing the use. And then on the minutes from January 3rd for the election of Vice President, Commissioner Spengler had 6 aye votes, not 5. Does anyone remember it differently?
Okay, do we have, do we need a second on those amendments? Yes?
We're only on the 22nd, so I move
Yeah.
the approval of the minutes as amended. I thought you were asking for all of them.
Yeah, we're just doing the 22nd.
Oh, very well, okay.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any further comment from the commissioners? Any comment from the public? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed?
Abstain.
Oh, abstention? John,
I wasn't there.
no problem. All right. Motion carries 6 to 1. I'm sorry, 6 to none with 1 abstention. Next up is the approval of the minutes for the November 29th, 2010 meeting.
Move they be approved.
Second.
Any comments? Hearing none. Any public comment? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? Any abstentions? 1 abstention. Next up, we have the approval of the minutes for the December 13th Board of Commissioners meeting.
Move they be approved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment? Hearing none. Any public comment? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Any abstentions? No abstentions. Motion carries 7-0. Next up, we have January 3rd Board of Commissioner meeting minutes.
I
for
move they
approval.
be approved with 6 votes for Bill Spengler for Vice President.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any further comment?
I have a question for either the parliamentarian or our lawyer. Shouldn't we reflect who the positive votes were?
Yeah,
I thought we recorded that, not just the vote, but who voted,
Like a roll call vote?
like a roll call vote.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I just noticed the selection of vice president. It had Commissioners Mahoney and Higgins opposed, or Higgins and Mahoney opposed. I was in favor of
That's a
Bill.
real old version.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What, a new version?
Yeah, the new version just says that it's number 4
Yeah, it was 6 votes in favor.
in
Okay,
favor.
got
and they
it.
should be
Thank you.
listed. Right. So I'd like that change made also, John.
All right.
And for president also, it should be included in.
As amended, those in favor, I'm sorry, public comment? No public comment. Those all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? None opposed, any abstentions? Motion carries. And the last set of minutes, January 3rd public meeting. Do I have a motion to accept those minutes?
Second.
Okay, any commissioner comment? Hearing none. Any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, motion carries. Okay, that takes us through the minutes. I do want to make a comment that items M, which is the conflict of interest policy, is being pulled from the agenda because we do not have that in our packet, and it was not publicized. And item number N, which is the appointment of the superintendent of police, is also being pulled, and we will have that on the next agenda.
Okay, I think you want to clarify, or
Yes.
Bob wants to clarify, who pulled it at what request.
Sure. Just to give some detail on that, there was a question that came up yesterday that was raised in regards to Mr. Colarulo. And under his direction and his request, given what the township has been through over the last several years, that did not want any type of controversy on his way in, so he has asked that it be withheld and take whatever additional time to look into those concerns or those issues. So I give him a lot of credit for that, a lot of respect in looking in the best interest of the township to go ahead and take that time, not only for the administration, but also before the commissioners make that approval to make sure that you do your due diligence on that. So we will look at that and we'll report back to the board then in regards to that.
Thanks, Bob. I want to echo that. I appreciate the additional time for us to have that consideration on that matter. And without any further comment on that from the board? Okay. Just notice of executive session, the Board of Commissioners met just prior to this public meeting, and we did discuss matters of litigation, employment matters, and a tax litigation issue. And we conducted interviews of members for the Planning Commission. We have, I have the appointments of the chair and the members of the BOC standing committees. There will be no changes on those committees except Commissioner Schaefer will be chairing excuse me one second here, let me get my notes out here. Library. And also, there is an error on the form. It states that John Nagel will be the chair of the Public Health Committee, and that's not correct. It's actually myself, John Fisher. Otherwise, the committee assignments will be, for Personnel Administration, will be John Fisher, myself. Finance and Audit, we have Commissioner Higgins. Public Safety will be Commissioner Mahoney. Parks and Recreation will be Commissioner Nagel. Commissioner Schaefer will be on Library as the chair. And under Community Development, Don Curley will be the chair, Commissioner Curley. And Public Works and Sewer will be Commissioner Spingler. And Commissioner Schaefer will be the chair of the Open Space Committee. And I will maintain my role on the Public Health Committee. No further comment on that. Next up, we have no appointments to the advisory boards and commissions as stated on the agenda. We will conduct some more interviews at our next executive session and hope to make those appointments by our next meeting.
John, I just suggest you might want to clarify that we had a few folks who applied who weren't able to.
Yes, these are folks that had applied within the deadline and were unable to make the interviews today due to traffic issues. So we will re-invite them to come in at the next executive session for that interview. Thank you, Kevin. Next up, we have public participation. If anybody would like to come up and comment on tonight's agenda, please do so. Recognize that you will have an opportunity to comment on agenda items as they occur before the public vote.
Martin Heldring from 305 Audubon Avenue. Recognizing you have a long agenda, I have two brief comments. In the last meeting, we talked about, Mr. Fisher, you mentioned that you're all subject to the Pennsylvania Ethics Act, And I went back and read it, and while it's sometimes ambiguous, there's two statements that are made. And the public office is a public trust, and that any effort to realize personal financial gain through public office, other than compensation provided by law, is a violation of that trust. Recusal is not sufficient. So I understand you pulled the conflict of interest policy tonight, and maybe it's still being drafted. I would suggest that that should be the founding principle of whatever conflict of interest policy we adopt in Radnor. The second comment was, I left the meeting a little bit early last time, and you had a discussion with regard to the referendum several years ago. I thought Commissioner Curley had an excellent idea that it would be a good idea to test in some fashion the electorate to see if they still were in favor of potentially borrowing $20 million to buy open lands. Several of you argued that you didn't need to do that and that people would not have changed their minds. I'm surprised that you would argue that. I can thoroughly understand if you asked 100 people in this room if they're in favor of open lands, they would all say yes. If you then said to them, are you in favor of borrowing money to buy open lands, you'd probably lose some. If you then said, has the economy impacted you over the last 4 years, you'd probably lose some more. If you'd had to tell them the condition of the files in the township in detail, you'd probably lose some more. If you then told them that we're running a deficit and we've raised taxes the last 2 years and borrowing will probably roughly double the deficit and you'd need to raise taxes again, I wonder how many more you'd lose. If you then told them you're going in to borrow in one of the worst muni markets since the Depression, and you can read the journal any day, it's there, how many more would you lose? And lastly, if you then said, the subtext here is, let's go buy our Drossen, all of which sits in one ward. So now, some of the other 6 of you are going to go out and suggest to your electorate that it's a good idea to borrow $20 million under all those circumstances for land in one ward. Now, I could raise my hand and go and find some people over near our Drossen who would say that's a good idea because everybody else is going to pay for it. But I would argue, if you went back, you would not get that 80% you had the last time. And it's just, when you go through those details, I just think it's hard to argue logically that you would. So I'm totally in favor of Commissioner Curley's suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Any further public comment?
Hi, my name is Sarah Shano. I live at 205 South Aberdeen Avenue. I think all of you probably know that South Aberdeen Avenue is a residential street with a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. But what some people here may not realize is that South Aberdeen also has a church on it, we have an elementary school, and we're within 1 block of another church and another school, the middle school. Furthermore, most portions of South Aberdeen either have no sidewalks or incomplete sidewalks. And by that, I mean sidewalks on one side of the street, but not sidewalks on the other side of the street. So with this background of facts, we've got schools, we've got churches, we've got children with bus stops on the street. And because of these things, we have really high foot traffic on South Aberdeen. You can drive down it anytime during the day and you'll see people walking. But because we don't have a decent network of sidewalks, pedestrians, including children, have to walk in the street on a regular basis. It's not safe to walk on the street in South Aberdeen because we have a major speeding problem. The police have done 2 traffic studies in the past year, and both of those studies showed that the 85th percentile of drivers are going 34 miles per hour on South Aberdeen in a 25-mile-per-hour zone. This is obviously not safe. The police have attempted temporary measures on South Aberdeen Avenue. For example, they have tried ticketing, but they cannot ticket, they have told us, unless the drivers are going over 40 miles per hour. So this has been an ineffective solution. Furthermore, they have placed on our street, and I'm sure you've seen them in throughout the township periodically, flashing speed markers that show the speed that the driver is driving as they pass the speed marker. These also have not had lasting impact because when the drivers realize that there's no repercussion, they start to ignore the signs. So as a petitioner for South Aberdeen and as the applicant on our petition, we would like to request some form of permanent traffic calming measures on South Aberdeen Avenue to keep the streets safe and to avoid a major accident before it occurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to departmental reports. Do I have a motion to accept the departmental reports?
Will it be accepted?
Just one quick question, in the particular staff traffic item that we want to discuss, that'll come up separately under this agenda, correct? Very good.
That's right.
I had one issue I wanted to just draw out and ask Lieutenant Antonini. I continue to get, and I'm sure the other commissioners continue to get, concerns about the residential burglaries that have been occurring throughout the township. And I know these aren't near year-end numbers that we've gotten. This is through 2010, but could you just comment on the number of burglaries we've had and, you know, with the trend and what you see with these numbers?
Just a continuation of the last time I spoke about burglaries. I do have the year-end numbers, and we're at 51 residential and business burglaries for the year. Over the years, the amount of burglaries go up and down. As I stated before, usually you get a group or two of individuals hitting different areas, causing a substantial amount of burglaries. They're either caught or they go away and the burglaries go down. I know back in 2005, which is pretty much the high water mark, Mr. Higgins's ward and also the edge of your ward by Oldham Lane were hit a lot with burglaries. We had a substantial amount of burglaries. Most of them were, once we caught the two individuals involved, were attributed to those two individuals. In 05, we had 58 total burglaries for the Township of Radnor. Back in 06, we had 44, 07, 48. Back in 08, dropped drastically to about 28 total residential, and it became, you know, fairly calm and a lot, you know, could be for a variety of reasons. That was pretty much the peak of the economy. Gold wasn't where it was right now, and people were employed. 09, it went up to 34, and of course this year, 51. The last time I spoke, we had not caught the individual, one of the individuals involved for the burglaries. As we've seen in the paper and in our alerts, we did catch him. We can attribute 3 of our burglaries, probably more, to him. In the immediate area, approximately 15 that we are attributing to him, with another 5 or 6, we believe, based on the evidence, but we can't pin him to it. So that's a substantial amount of burglaries by one person, and that's just based on the stuff we have and not necessarily what was committed. We also had a rash of, out of that 51 this year, we had a rash of burglaries in businesses, smashes of the windows, and they were taking out computer stuff. The state police, approximately about 2 weeks ago, made a stop in a vehicle on Route 76 with our computers in it. And that individual was believed to commit several more, not only in our township, but the surrounding townships. Again, we're not alone in this. We are in this with the surrounding townships, and they too are seeing a rise in burglaries. One of the common denominators of, as I spoke in the last meeting, and I actually interviewed this gentleman, is that he did look for houses that appeared to be empty or away, or people were away. He would go up and knock on the door and see if anybody was home. If they were not home, he would go around back and he would pretty much break in the back door or find an open window and go in the house that way. He did contact a few people in various jurisdictions, and ours is one. As a matter of fact, it came face to face, and he gave a ruse of why he was in the neighborhood and then left if he was encountered. You recall also we just had a burglary on Heather Lane. Again, they knocked on the front door. The homeowner didn't answer. They were around the back, broke in the back, and once they realized the homeowner was home, they left. So I have to urge people, if you see something suspicious in your neighborhood, please call. And watch out for your neighbors, because more often than not, your instincts are right, and give us a call and we'll come check it out. Even if it's something innocuous such as a pet sitter for your neighbor who's away, call us. That's what we're there for, and we'll be more happy to check them out. One of the ruses you have is they're selling something. We do issue permits for people selling goods and wares. The nonprofits are exempt from that, but if they are selling magazines or vacuum cleaners or the usual stuff, you can see a permit issued by the police department, and you can ask for that. If they don't have one, please call us and we will check them out as well. Some other tips, again, look out for your neighbor or yourself. Do not leave papers in the driveway if you're going away. Get the mail stopped, ask your neighbor to look on it. And again, we do have the vacant house report. So just to sum it up, it does seem like a lot of burglaries this year. We do have the emergency alert system. In years past, say back in '05, we did not have that. We do hand out flyers to neighbors in the neighborhood saying we've had burglaries in your neighborhood. Please look out. Please take some precautions. So I think between the emergency alert and these going out, I think there's more of a heightened sense of awareness. But I don't see anything totally out of the ordinary, per se, in the amount that we've had.
Thank you.
Okay, any further commissioner comment on the committee reports, departmental reports? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Committee reports, Public Safety, Commissioner Mahoney.
Thank you, John. The first item on the agenda is the motion for provision of ALS, BLS ambulance service for Radnor Township. We've been discussing this issue over the last several meetings. It was precipitated originally by staff who was looking into the possibility of switching over from one service to the other. We had a presentation by Mr. Zaslow of VMSC. We then asked for a side-by-side comparison of both the operations of the two entities, the Radnor Fire Company being the second, of course. And since our last meeting, we've asked staff to provide us with a side-by-side comparison of the financial impact of going with one entity or the other in providing all of the EMS work for the township. So I'd ask initially, Mr. White, if you would please, could you summarize for us your findings in terms of a side-by-side comparison with a financial impact on the township?
Sure thing. Well, as you pointed out, after the January 3rd meeting, the administration met individually with each of the two entities that had provided proposals on providing the service. Being that I will not profess to be an expert on ambulance service, we then asked each of the entities to provide an executive summary of the proposal that they had presented to the township in terms of what types of service they would be able to provide. That is included in the proposal that is in the packets. There's a section for Radnor Fire Company and a section for VMSC. It was pretty evident, at least to me, after meeting with both groups, that there's not a question of whether or not each of the entities could provide the service. The question is more along the lines of how would it impact the township's finances moving forward. We had the one proposal that on the ambulance side, well, the one proposal is just for ambulance service, ALS and BLS service, while the other proposal was ALS and BLS service in addition to continuing to provide the fire service. So it was an apple and an orange, really. So we broke the scenario into the decision, one decision being going with Radnor Fire Company, the other decision being going with VMSC for the service. So that is how the financial section or the financial impact section of the summary was broken down. The primary difference being that while the proposal from VMSC would require no direct contribution from the township to VMSC, there is and is anticipated to be a pretty significant impact on the volunteer levels at Radnor Fire Company, which would then have an impact on how many volunteers they have available to address fire calls. So when you're looking at the scenario B tries to point out what those impacts would be, and there's actually a low and a high range depending on the depletion of the volunteer status or the volunteer members of that department. The assumption then is, based on the number of volunteers lost, it would require then the hiring of full-time equivalent fire personnel to make sure that the fire service does not diminish in any way. So the cost that the real cost driver of the scenario B is the assumption of hiring full-time equivalent firefighters to address the fire part of the service. And then scenario A assumes that the township would go with Radnor Fire Company, which then allows the Radnor Fire Company to support their own fire service with the proceeds generated from doing the ambulance billing, which is basically the model that Radnor Fire Company had presented back on January 3rd. So that is how the summary is spelled out.
Well, as I read it, scenario A, if we were to go with the Radnor Fire Company, the township expense ranges from year 1 to year 5 of $294,000 to $346,000. Is that correct, Bill?
Yeah, that's our estimates at this time.
And
And
then
one
if
of the
we-
other major assumptions, if I could, is that the township has historically and would continue to provide the fire company with monies from the township to support the fire service. So that is something that has been going on. The township has been contributing not just operational but capital dollars to that department for many, many years as well. So that assumption's built into here as well.
And then scenario B is if we were to go with VMSC for all of the ambulance services, both ALS and BLS, the projection on the low side is in the range of $631,000 to $1.5 million in year 1, going up to $648,000 to almost 7 million in year 5, being the low and the high end, right?
That is correct, and that's driven almost entirely by the fire manpower subsidy line item within that table.
All right, I've had, the opportunity to review this myself, so I'll open it up to the other commissioners for any questions or comments they might have.
I found one element a little perplexing. Under scenario A, on the fire service subsidiary line, when the services are provided via the fire company, the subsidy in the out years is higher than when it's not. And my understanding is that this is supposed to generate some profit that would be directed to the fire company. So I would have thought that the subsidy under scenario A would be lower than scenario B, and I think it's excuse me, I think it's because you're using different methodologies on that line.
That is correct. There were two different methodologies used. Under scenario A, the methodology would be similar to the current model, where the township has contributed roughly $90,000 per year plus for the fire service. On scenario B, Dave Roderick had presented a 10-year pro forma calculation on the amount of proceeds, it was referred to as net income, but it was proceeds of the billing, which are greater than the expenses of providing the ambulance service. And that fire subsidy line in scenario B represents what that income loss would have been under there.
Is scenario B the lost income without the service, such that really the right way to look at this is you got to add the fire service subsidy on scenario A plus the lost income? Because I think that's what you're saying.
Well, basically, the fire subsidy under scenario B would replace the township subsidies. We had
But
debated
that
using.
doesn't make sense, because under scenario B, the fire company doesn't get the profit, right? Scenario B is if it goes to to Narberth Ambulance, right?
That is correct. But we don't know what that looks like, so the best thing that we had that was documentable was the pro forma that had been put together by Radnor Fire. We could have used the exact same numbers as scenario A, but first of all, they're pretty similar in terms of the amount, and it wasn't something that was easily documentable, so I felt more comfortable using something that had calculations that were supported by some reasoning and thought, so.
Are you suggesting, Kevin, that the fire service subsidy in scenario B should be eliminated?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think what you got here is, I think it was a nice effort, but I think a little bit there's a couple of just miscalculations.
So if you took out the fire service subsidy, on the low side, it would be $525,000 approximately in the first year, going up to about looks like 588.
I think there has to be some kind of incremental piece. So I don't know what it is, but I mean, to me, it's a fairly simple analysis. that-
Actually,
Can I ask you a
would
que-
disagree with that. In the fire service subsidy line wouldn't go away entirely under scenario B. Maybe another alternative to doing the calculation would be replacing the dollar amounts that are included in each of those years with the same figures that are shown
I would think it
under
would be-
scenario A, because there
Okay.
there
Yeah.
would still need to be some subsidy for the fire service.
But I
It's
think
just
I
what
think
that
the-
level of
Right,
that
but I think it would
funding be.
increase, because under scenario A, they're getting the money from the ambulance, the profit on the ambulance, and investing it in the fire company. Under scenario B, they lose, that's not money that's there, so it's very perplexing that it's less.
Kevin, I interpret this as without the move to ALS service, the fire service subsidy in year one is $64,000, and by year 5, it's at $98,000. But with the BLS service offsetting some of the expenses in the fire service, we actually see that fire service subsidy declining over those years instead of increasing. Starts out a little higher, but as they get,
But that doesn't make sense if they're profit.
well, it makes sense in the sense that there's only so much that will carry over to the fire service. You know, the point is, there's a difference of about $30,000 in year 5, meaning we're saving about $30,000 a year in subsidy over the projected numbers.
It doesn't make sense that you would, if they have a service that's generating revenue, or profit, excuse me.
Well, it was explained that there was no profit, and there wasn't even much left over.
We can play a semantic game, but if they're making money when they have the service, you would think that they would make less when they don't.
Do we want to hear from David Roderick on this detail?
Well, let's hear from commissioners first if they have any comments.
My interpretation is that the subsidy that we provide to Radnor Firehouse would in fact be lower by year 5 by as much as $30,000 on the low side. Actually, under both scenarios, we would have a lower subsidy by year 5. And the way I view that is that the economies of scale and the savings by integrating those services would yield some net. Again, those services are costly to run, so I think the fact that they can even net a couple dollars would be a good thing. In this case, it looks
So
like.
under your logic, if Radnor, if Radnor Fire Company doesn't provide the services, they have lower expenses, and we have to subsidize those expenses.
Well, they have lower expenses, but the overall subsidy that we provide would increase by year 5 to $98,345.
I'm looking at if they don't have it. Because I think scenario A is very straightforward.
Well, again, the way I interpret this, there's some upfront costs that we have to offset, but the hope is over time, that the overall operating expense decreases because it's offset by the maybe excess revenue that's generated on the BLS and ALS side.
I guess if I could, just real briefly, I think the more important aspect of this is more the trend than it is the actual dollar amount, because at the same time, I'm not trying to say that in year 5, the exact dollar amount that we're going to have to expend is $648,331. That there are a lot of assumptions and estimates built into this, but that the trend is more the important factor here. It may turn out that the billing numbers come in higher or lower, which is going to impact future subsidies required from the township in any regard. And that the primary concern between the two scenarios is more the manpower issue.
In my opinion, I mean, reading this chart either way, the main difference and the most financially convincing argument is the difference in the manpower. And to me, that's very persuasive. I do believe that we would have a difficult situation on our hands if we moved our volunteer, all of the BLS and ALS to another organization that was not Radnor-centric. We have great volunteers in Radnor, not just for the fire company, but the fire company has a great tradition of volunteering. People volunteer for all sorts of reasons, but most of the time it's because it's in their community with their neighbors, making their community better, and they're vested in it because it suits them and it serves them well. I do fear that if we changed the situation here to move that volunteer base, what we're asking those volunteers to do, to be for an organization that, yes, is functioning in Radnor, but is not based in Radnor and not Radnor-centric, I do believe our volunteer effort would suffer. And that would be, as we see in these charts, pretty financially devastating for the township in having to pick up for that loss. But I also think it would be detrimental to our township on a community building level. This is a service that we have many, many residents who love to be part of this and volunteer to be part of it because it's, again, in the center of our community with their neighbors, helping their neighbors, and that community effort and spirit we would, I think, lose. So I am in support of taking both services and granting them to the Radnor Fire Company.
Any further commissioner comment?
I've had some meetings with one of the supervisors in Tredyffrin to try to take a more integrated view of how this affects not just our company but other suburbs. And what I've gained from that is that having ALS and BLS and Radnor benefits the western suburbs also, not just Radnor. That the relocation of those services would change response times and commitments. So, and he couldn't be here tonight because they have a meeting, or he would be here to speak in that matter. And I'm in favor of putting the whole thing in-house in Radnor.
Dave, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Dave Roderick, Gawain.
So in the event that it was awarded to Narberth, would you see a reduction in expenses?
We would see a reduction in ambulance expenses, but again, let's just back up and let me help you understand the scenario A, B thing. The scenario A, as we laid it out when we were talking to Bill White, was that essentially right now we're getting 64, and then he simply, and we get the $200,000 capital subsidy, and he threw in fuel expense and insurance expense. These are estimates, but they're pretty close. And then he just simply put an inflation factor on those.
But you could ignore fuel and insurance because it's the same
Correct.
across all scenarios. So I'm focused in on the difference.
Right. So what happened then is for fire service subsidy, when we're doing it, if we give it to Narberth, what happens at that point is because he wanted to use numbers that were supported by more data as opposed to just what is in the budget for this year, he took my 10-year discounted cash flow and simply applied that number in here. because that is actually the money that you would lose if it goes. That's money that we plan on generating. That was part of the plan that I presented last time. So the logic there, Kevin, is that what we would do is...
Under scenario A, it doesn't go. It's awarded to Radnor.
Mhm.
So under scenario A, you have the profit generated by providing the service, you have our capital subsidy, and then on top of that, you get another subsidy.
Correct.
What's perplexing me in the analysis is when you lose, why my subsidy to you is less than my subsidy is when you win the business, because the only way that would happen is if your expenses are above the profit you generate now.
Yeah, well, if the way we calculated the expenses is that, and in fact, this was based on a comment that you made on the manpower analysis. What we did is when you asked at one point in a meeting, you said, is there any logic to the manpower reduction numbers? So what I did is I went back and I did a sensitivity analysis on that. So I used 10, 25, 50, 75%, and 100%. Obviously, that's not going to happen.
No, I understand the manpower is the manpower subsidy, and I understand that it's assumption driven. Specifically focused on the fire service subsidy line. Because one could argue the manpower subsidy might be zero. It might not, but it could be zero in the fact if nobody
Right.
quits. You've made an assumption. It sounds like a reasonable assumption, but to me, the line to focus on is the fire service subsidy. And again, what I'm having a hard time grasping in this analysis is what we've been told, at least what I've interpreted it, is if the services are consolidated under one provider, that there will be profit generated. Right now, because you have two,
Right.
it's not, because you can only bill one, and your cost of you're essentially doubling the costs.
Right.
So what perplexes me is why Radnor Township's fire service subsidy to the fire company is less when you don't have the ambulance business than when you do. Now, some of that would be a reduction in expenses, but I'm perplexed. And
Well, I mean, I don't see where you're getting that, because under scenario A, we get it, and it is less.
in the scenario, look at the year 5.
Well, I guess when you go out further. Yeah, well,
Correct.
that's just based on an inflation factor.
Right, but why in year 5 do you need a $98,000 subsidy when you have the service
Well,
versus a 70 when you don't?
yeah, well,
And I would think, based on what we've been told, that 70 would be more. Because
yeah,
you don't
I
have to.
understand your logic. Yeah, and that very well could be. I mean, the idea will be when we get out there right now. As I say, I think what Bill did is you built an inflation factor into the current subsidy. And I would be perfectly willing to take that out of there and say, in fact, we probably...
I don't even need to focus in on the
Right,
numbers. I just need to
You just wanted
understand the logic.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what happened is when Bill was putting the numbers together, this is what we're getting now, and he simply said, okay, we have traditionally gotten 90.
Let
And
me
yes, if
ask
we
the
generate a
question-
profit,
let me ask the
hopefully our
question-
subsidy would go down.
Let me ask the
Absolutely.
question simply and more fundamentally. Does the Radnor Fire Company, or would the Radnor Fire Company need a greater contribution from the township in the event that the ambulance services were consolidated with Narberth?
Yes.
And that's what I suspected.
Dave, is that due to the loss of volunteers? And
That's
we
to
would
the
have
lo-
to
yeah,
hire
due to the loss of
full-time?
volunteers.
Including if you, assume you lose no volunteers, would you need a greater subsidy?
I would hate to stand up here and make that statement categorically. I would suspect we probably, I can't imagine that scenario. I don't know. I would have to go back and do the analysis.
Are you asking if we lost the volunteer service, what the subsidy would be?
Yeah, if you, in the scenario where nobody resigns from the fire department, do you need a greater subsidy because of the lack of profit generated by the ambulance?
Yeah, we would have to, the ambulance profit always has to be replaced. I mean, that's it. Ambulance profits have to be replaced, pure and simple. It's an.
Just so you know, that's not what this says.
Okay, all right, well,
But I understand the answer to my,
all right.
Any further commissioner comment? I just make a couple brief comments, just in general. Right now, for those who are not familiar with what we're discussing right now, we're trying to decide whether or not to continue to have Volunteer Medical Services Corp., which is out of Narberth, continue their advanced life support services in Radnor. And we're considering whether or not to have Radnor Firehouse take over all of the services they currently provide, ambulance service and also basic life support, BLS service. This decision will essentially change the way we do things. So if we decide to go with having all the services brought in to Radnor Firehouse, then we will bear all the cost of getting that started. We will bear all the cost of keeping that subsidy going. But in return, we allow to grow this capability in-house. And we also streamline a lot of the administrative costs. Right now, from what I understand, a lot of the administrative costs are carried by both entities because Radnor Ambulance does the billings and then the money is kind of tossed over the wall to the other organization. But that said, for the last decade or so, we've had a very good level of service from the Volunteer Medical Service Corp. And this decision isn't being brought to us because someone complained. It's being brought to us because of the economics of the situation. The fact that we can't see economies of scale if this is divided. So on one hand, we have Volunteer Medical Services Corp. That would like to take over not only the advanced life support, but also would like to include the basic life support and ambulance coverage. They would locate in the township and they would provide services to us as an entity. And the other option is the one that's been presented, the one that the commissioners are discussing right now, which is in fact having the Radnor Firehouse take over all the services. So at this point, unless the commissioners have any other questions, I'll certainly allow public comment on this if we get a second, but I'd like to have a motion on the table to in fact make this decision. And if I have a motion and a second, we'll
I will motion that the Emergency Medical Services, EMS, which would include BLS and ALS, be taken over by Radnor Fire Company.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further commissioner comment? Hearing none, I'll open it to public comment.
Good evening, David Zaslow, Northwinds Drive. It's good to see you all again. As you know, I'm the President and Assistant Chief of Volunteer Medical Service Corps. I just briefly would like to thank each and every one of you for your time and attention and diligence to this very important issue, which is critical to life safety here in the township. And I also want to thank Radnor Fire Company. It's a great fire company. They have many talented and wonderful people there. This has been nothing other than a collegial discussion about, as President Fisher just said, economics. It has nothing to do with the way that we work hand in hand operationally, and I would expect that no matter which way this decision goes, that on occasions where necessary, we will continue to work operationally hand in hand without any deficits. I wanted to point out in terms of the report that the report is not a true side-by-side comparison of the organization. It is missing points that address the organizational strengths and weaknesses and the experience and response to ALS calls for service. It does not speak to the state-mandated requirements for medical direction and the complexity that medical direction requires for advanced life support services. And it doesn't speak to the other intangibles and extra services that both organizations may or may not be able to provide. And I would humbly submit to you that on balance, if those things were taken into consideration, your provider of choice would be VMSC. What the report does address is two things. One is staffing and the other one are economics. And briefly on the staffing, when all is said and done, both organizations are offering you the same thing, which is a paramedic, 24/7, 365. The first ambulance call will always have a paramedic, whether it's with VMSC or whether it's with Radnor Fire Company. The question has arisen about what happens when we're busy, we have second or third or fourth ambulance calls, and the very simple answer and the honest answer from both organizations is it's hit or miss. You're not necessarily going to get a second ambulance out of Radnor Fire Company if they're busy, depending on time of day, if they don't have the members available, or it could be a significant delay. And it doesn't matter how many vehicles they have, how many pickup trucks, how many utility vehicles. You're not going to get them out on certain occasions, and there are other occasions where you may not get us out if we're busy as well. What I can tell you is that when we come back into the township covering your second ambulance, as we've been doing for years now, you're guaranteed to get a paramedic truck to come back in. You're not guaranteed to get that with Radnor Fire Company. Granted, this is a minority of the calls. It happens about 200-300 times a year. It's not the majority of the service, but the staffing issues are essentially equal on first ambulance. If you wanted to have a dedicated second paramedic unit here in the township 24/7, 365, there's a large expense associated with that, which you could hear from the fire company about what that would cost, and I could certainly tell you what we think it would cost if it came to that. With respect to the finances, the information that that was provided to Mr. White and the township regarding the implications to Radnor Fire Company if they're not awarded the contract are based on pure speculation. It appears, frankly, designed to instill a certain level of fear or paranoia amongst this board or in the community, and it's not accurate. I don't think that any single member of Radnor Fire Company would quit that prestigious fire company if there's no ambulance there. And what you need to understand is they have different levels of membership. Their EMS members do not get the fire trucks out. They get the ambulances out. So if there's no ambulance to go out, these people are not affecting the manpower available for the fire trucks. The firefighting only members are clearly going to continue to be firefighters, whether there's an ambulance in their station or not. And the dual members, of which we're aware of about 10, it seems hard to believe that of those 10 members, any of them would resign. We know a lot of them. They're very committed to the fire service, and you generally find that people that do both are very loyal to their fire companies, but are flexible when it comes to the ambulance. And just to point out, just as a reminder, something Commissioner Schaefer said, we're not trying to eliminate volunteerism on the ambulance ranks in Radnor. We would be running that division, the ambulance division, but every single member who runs ambulance calls now out of the Radnor Fire Company is welcome to join VMSC and to continue to volunteer and run ambulance calls in Radnor Township. So we're not taking that community building and that community service away. We're just organizing it. The reality is this issue should probably be separated. I think somebody just said it was apples and oranges, and it really is, because you're not really comparing ambulance to ambulance. You're comparing ambulance to ambulance and fire company. And I would submit to you, I'm not an expert in firehouse expenses, and I'm certainly not going to speak for Radnor Fire Company, but I would say that you should take a look at this strictly from the ambulance standpoint. All right? And from the ambulance standpoint, what VMSC is offering to you is a no-cost proposal. We're going to do it. We know how to do it. We've been doing it. It'll be a seamless transition. And if we fail at doing it, it's going to be on our dime, not on your dime. All right? With Radnor Fire Company, there was some commentary here. I found the report a little confusing myself. If they get awarded the EMS contract, all right, there was some talk at the last meeting that after a couple of years, they'll break even in terms of the startup costs, and then the subsidies will go down. At one point, Commissioner Higgins asked, well, if you're able to generate revenue in the neighborhood of $100,000, can we take that off the subsidy that we give you? And the answer was, no, we probably won't get back to those levels. And let's face it, fire companies always need money. That's in the nature of their business. They can't raise revenues. They're relying upon their municipalities in order to generate their revenue, and that's going to continue. If you think that Radnor Fire Company is going to come back here if they start an ambulance service and say, guess what, we're flush, we're doing great on the ambulance side, we don't need more money from you for capital expenses on the ambulance side or for capital expenses on the fire side because now we can offset it, that's misdirected. What I would say to you is that VMSC can handle financial fluctuations. We are the provider in 4 other municipalities. Some of them go up, some of them go down, but with the infrastructure that we have and with our abilities to systematically manage the systems that we run, we're able to sometimes cover losses with profits from other areas, and we're able to allocate our resources in the most cost-effective manner so that all of our divisions operate in a fine-tuned manner. And ultimately, I think that if you look at it individually, ambulance to ambulance, and you put aside the fire service subsidy, which you're always going to have to pay for, and you're always going to have to pay for fire trucks and things like that, the ambulance, we know, is not a big profit maker. And it's going to be such a big profit maker that's going to change the financial direction of Radnor Fire Company. I stood up here from the beginning and told you we intend to break even, maybe a little better. And that's the truth. We're willing to do that because we're proud to be here. We're part of your community. We've been serving 11 years, and we're able to withstand it. If we're wrong, as we've been doing, we're able to withstand it, and we're hoping that with the opportunity to do it all, that not only will we break even, but we'll make a little bit more. So again, I want to thank you all for your time and attention, and certainly if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I'd just like to say thank you to you, Mr. Zaslow, and to your entire crew that's come out here twice, maybe 3 times, and given this spiel, and for your excellent service and the professionalism with which you've handled this situation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you.
Well, any further public comment? Dave?
Yeah, I just have to respond to some of that, I'm afraid. I just want to make it absolutely clear that there has been no subsidy for the ambulance division up to this point, ever. We've never come to this board or to this township and ever asked for money for the ambulance division. You don't subsidize any of that. Any of the capital expenditures that you pay for now are all fire. We pay for all our ambulances. We will be providing 2 ambulances during the day. 2 of them, okay? We will be providing one staffed with a paramedic, and the other one will be a BLS crew. Before we came in here, in the hour and a half before this meeting started, we responded to 5 ambulance calls in an hour and a half, 5 of them. And we met every one of them. We had a medical assist from Berwyn for a medic, but we responded to all of those calls. So I just think it's important to understand that we're going to be providing a very high level of service. The key word here is synergy. And you have an integrated emergency response unit sitting here. And I'm going to give you a perfect example of that. Now, this is a little bit hokey, but this actually happened recently. This is a poster that is up at the Club La Maison. And what happened on January 18th, a man collapsed while he was jogging on the track. 2 female members called for help and began the emergency chain reaction. Andrew Ventura, stand up, Andrew. Andrew Ventura was the first employee on the scene and realized that this member, and he works at the gym, and realized that this member was suffering from a heart attack. Andrew found no pulse, and with the help of another member who happens to be a cardiac surgeon at Bryn Mawr, he assisted Andrew in giving CPR. The AED shock was administered along with chest compressions. Shortly, a pulse was found. The guy was actually conscious by the time the paramedics got there. The ambulance arrived, member was conscious and transported to the hospital. Doctors called to inform us the member was sitting up in bed. The EMTs called to say that if it wasn't for Andrew's quick decisions and calm actions, the member would not have survived. Now, I will point out that Andrew does not run ambulance. Andrew is a firefighter, and he was trained by the ambulance division. He did not know AED use or CPR before he became a firefighter. Now he knew it, and he saved a life with it. The synergy that exists here is so important, and I ask you please to keep it together. It's just so important for the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Any further public comment? Okay. Well, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I see none opposed. The motion carries 7-0. I want to thank BMSC for coming out again tonight and for the service that you provided to the community over the years. I understand you'll be helping along with this transition, and we certainly appreciate that because we do need all the help we can get with this transition. It is some new territory for us, and I'm sure everyone will do very well with this. And thank you for your service as well and saving your life. Thank you very much.
And
Move
for
on.
Andrew.
Andrew, yes. Okay.
You're all welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but I think a lot of you are here just for this. So we'll give it a minute or 2 for you to clear if you'd
And we
like.
want to make sure that they can respond to calls if they're out of here.
Okay, we'll proceed with the next item on the agenda, which is the Staff Traffic Committee report for December 21st, 2010. You have before you that report from Lieutenant Antonini. Any questions or comments?
Yeah, at this point, I think it's premature to accept the recommendation. What I'd like to do instead is, shall I just make a motion now, or you?
You can make a motion. We'll get a
So
second.
I motion that, that the BOC table the decision to accept the staff recommendation regarding speed humps on Aberdeen Avenue, and that the BOC directs staff to produce the following items for the second meeting in February. First is a schematic of where the humps would be if they were approved. Second is a schematic that represents a compromise that puts humps on the segment for which the guidelines are satisfied, and either a choker, a chicane, or a bump out, or some other mechanism on the other segments. And lastly is other recommendations from staff to calm traffic on Aberdeen that should include rumble strips.
Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further commissioner comment?
Just out of curiosity, how much time and effort is involved in putting together the schematic for these humps that you don't recommend, AJ, or that you don't?
Just a few things. I understand according to the code, the board can recommend or put in a speed hump even though staff traffic doesn't, but it was meeting minutes, and we go back on these meeting minutes from year to year and 5 years past to try to get a record of what was said and what was done. So I would encourage you not, even though you don't want to go with the recommendation not to put it in, accept it and then revisit it later. Two, there's putting a schematic where the one hump could have been approved, but wasn't. For one of the main issues was the one petitioner who it affected didn't want it in there, so he didn't meet the 80%. You can put a hump anywhere you want along South Aberdeen, but at this point, none of them meet the criteria, and that's why it wasn't recommended. So we can put a schematic together. I would suggest to you, due to the curves and some of the other roadway issues, I'll have to meet with the township engineer to do chicanes if that's where the direction we're going. We have not done them before. We've looked at it one other roadway in the township. It was extremely wide. The dynamics were a lot different than what you see on South Aberdeen. And I know we're revisiting the speed hump ordinance back in March, so I can't give you an exact time. I'm losing both of my traffic.
2 hours, 10 hours, 100 hours?
I can't even give
Ballpark.
that. I'm losing both of my traffic safety officers, quite frankly, due to other issues. So our traffic safety unit is going to be gone here within another week or so.
Couldn't it be done by, I'm sorry to put you on the, but I was
ahead.
under the impression it would be done by Matt or Dan, that it's an engineering issue where, where, with minimal impact from the police. And
Well,
I would envision it to be nothing more than a plot with lines drawn on it.
Historically, what we've done is the traffic safety puts them out and it's reviewed by the township engineer. Chicanes are a little bit more detailed, take a lot more thought and effort of where it's going to go. There is a curve in one section of Aberdeen. I would say 3 to 4 hours probably to sit down and talk.
Very good. And I think it's a good use of 3 or 4 hours. There's a speeding problem. I understand there's resistance to speed humps, and rather than just yes or no on speed humps, we can still make that decision, any decision you want, but now you have options, and you could choose other options other than just yes or no.
Well, as
I
I
would
recall, when we first started investigating speed humps, staff put together criteria which any particular road had to meet in terms of distance, average speed, number of people or percentage on a particular street that were in favor of it. Matter of fact, I've come to the police department on several occasions and asked if several streets in the first ward met those criteria. And you would go out and do an examination and come back and say it does meet the criteria or it doesn't. And I think what you're telling us here is that on South Aberdeen, it does not meet the criteria which this board has set previously. Am I correct?
That's correct, and if you recall, Commissioner, we used to have much more stringent standards, and it was lowered, amended. The ordinance was amended to traffic calming. So I believe it's a fine balance between the need and our resources to the need of the problems out on the road. So again, I would recommend that we approve the staff traffic meeting minutes and maybe revisit it if we want to revisit it for chicanes or something like that.
I'm just wondering, following process, which I know you're a big fan of, whether or not we'd go through this action that you're suggesting, just to get to the end point where we don't meet the criteria still, and say, why do we go through all that work?
Okay, so first now, I attended the staff traffic meeting, and I'm under the impression that the first segment met the criteria. So if it does not meet, that's new to me, because I was under the impression what the officer communicated is that the first segment met the criteria. Second, these criteria are guidelines, so we have the discretion to use them, to apply them or not apply them. And all I want to do is, rather than dismiss it, is I want you to see where they would be, and then you can choose not to apply that discretion. But I want you to have options when you choose not to apply it, rather than just a yes or no. And I don't believe it would be terribly much work. To me, I think it's just a handful of, at this point, it can just be a schematic. Identify the locations, and it's a line in the road of where they would be.
Well, you're doing that work, and probably the majority of the board is not going to vote to overturn the staff traffic report. So what we ought to do is do something creative and design a chicane. When they put them on Luella Avenue, I went and talked to everyone on Luella Avenue about the speed humps. That was by a decision to get rid of a court case. They didn't have to qualify. They just got speed humps. And I went and talked to everybody about the chicanes. It was a good place to do a study. A lot of people were in favor of that, but the people that were in charge of the lawsuit wanted the speed humps. But I think what we ought to do is, we do have a series of 4 stop signs there. I think what we ought to do is concentrate and see if we can't get the funds to put in a sidewalk, put in a crosswalk, and maybe put in a chicane in the one block without the curve, the block between Pembroke and Upland Way, and see what chicanes would look there and what they would do for the traffic, to slow the traffic down.
Let me just add that I am a big fan of speed humps. They work. And that is precisely why I think we have to really steadfastly adhere to our criteria, because they work, and pretty much every street in Radnor would want them if they could get them. So if we start to stray from our criteria and our requirements that we have to discern where they're most useful, it's a slippery slope that I don't think we want to go down. So I'm completely supportive of looking at or having schematics drawn up of these speed humps on Aberdeen where they fit our criteria. I do think it's a waste of our staff's time to address areas where the criteria does not call for speed humps, because I don't think there's a majority of this board that would wants to go down that road, that slippery slope. And I really am interested in hearing other approaches that are more neighborhood-wide instead of street-wide. Because we all have neighborhoods that have speeding problems, but that don't quite meet the criteria. So the more thought we can put to this, the better for all of us. And I am especially interested in the rumble strips. And in our end of the township, we do have the rumble strips not as where a speed hump would be, but in the middle of the road on the entire expanse of Darby Paoli, and they work. So I'd like to look into that a little more.
What we need on this section of the street is, we need a sidewalk, we need crosswalks, and we need some chicanes. And we've never had the support from the board to do a chicane. We haven't put a chicane one place in the township. They're a little more expensive than speed humps. But when we're doing Luella Avenue, the staff, and Dan, you can correct me, what the different price was between a speed hump and a chicane. It wasn't a big difference. That it was an area that we're considering maybe doing it if the neighbors would approve it. The price between a speed hump and a chicane, do you have that off the top of your head?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, part of the problem was the chicanes got expensive because of curbing and landscaping and making it aesthetically pleasing to the neighbors.
But I think if this board could put one chicane in between, you have the coming from Aberdeen to Orchard, that doesn't meet the criteria because the people would not sign. Is that what you're saying? It met the speed criteria, Chief, but it did not meet the the signature requirement because the people didn't want
Just
to?
to comment on Mr. Curley's, and I apologize for not being in staff traffic, but I had a meeting with the manager. My understanding is the one section that did qualify, the resident on there did not meet the 80% tile for the petition. And just to explain a little further from Mr. Curley, you're looking at wanting speed humps in the 200 block. It wouldn't be fair for people in the 400 or 500 block of West Wayne to say no on the speed hump when the people at 200 are directly affected. So we looked at that. They did not want the speed hump in their block. And frankly, I don't know if a speed hump there would be effective because you have the stop sign the next street up. So any further down the road is going to be not affected by that speed hump. So more or less, it did not meet the petition. It did meet the speed criteria.
And just mind if I respond? So, I mean, that's news to me. So I may be wrong, but I left the staff traffic meeting that the first segment satisfied the administrative and the technical guidelines of our code. So we'll just have to examine that and find out the right answer for sure. And then secondly, the call for, there is a reason to have a speed hump on the first segment, and that's because people come off of Conestoga, and there's a different mentality. There's a higher speed mentality, and so what we want to do is send them a signal. So this is part of this notion that it's comprehensive. I think it's inconsistent to say we want a comprehensive approach, but then not be willing to look one block beyond a problem. So part of being comprehensive might involve putting speed humps on the portion that satisfy the guidelines, and then some other mechanism on the portion that doesn't.
Mr. Chairman?
Well, when this first came about in my ward, it was St. David's Road. They wanted one speed hump. And I said, okay, let's put one speed hump. Well, went to staff traffic. Now we have to put 4 speed humps because the speeder goes over the 1 speed hump. Then they're mad. They go faster the rest of the way. So now we have to put a series of 4 to control them down. So I went around and talked to the people on Midland Avenue and St. David's Road and Windermere Avenue and Pembroke and Orchard and Brookside, and there were people that were like 1 speed hump. But when you talked about putting 4 on Midland and 4 on St. David's and 4 on Aberdeen, and then when they directed traffic to Pembroke and Orchard, putting speed humps there, Brookside wants speed humps, Ivan to State Road, they want speed humps. Everybody wants speed humps. You could wind up with 30 or 40 of these things. I mean, I got South Spring Millwood, I got Alden, everybody wants a speed hump. Or they want me to make a cul-de-sac, make Midland Avenue a cul-de-sac, make Alden a cul-de-sac. So, but when I spoke to the overwhelming majority of the people, did not want 30 speed humps in the 3rd Ward. And so that's why we haven't been pushing speed humps. I've been in favor of chicanes and sidewalks. We never had the funding for sidewalks. I always planned to put a sidewalk on Aberdeen Avenue. We finally got some funding, but that money went to when we did the trail, we put the sidewalks on Radnor Chester Road so people could walk safely to Radnor High School. But if this board is serious about the traffic on Aberdeen Avenue, you ought to start with a sidewalk and finish that off to Pembroke Avenue, put a crosswalk there, run the sidewalk from Aberdeen, from Pembroke to Orchard, and then, put a chicane or 2 if they fit into that area. That's what we ought to do. As a test area to show you what a chicane looks like and what an alternative to a speed hump would look like. It would be a good opportunity to do that.
Okay.
Bob, you
I'd
wanna
like to hear
interject?
from Bob, yeah.
Sure. I think there's a criteria that the board needs to establish, which they have in the past. However, we sit here now and trying to armchair quarterback this thing to figure out how we do this, move that there, but there's no standard or criteria that we need to follow, and there's rules and regulations of whether or not they're legal. That goes to stop signs, that goes to these speed bumps. If we look throughout the township, how many stop signs are actually legal within the township? Because we try to figure these out. We go to speed bumps, how do we try to work this out? There has to be some criteria that we live by and that there's a standard, because there's costs associated with all these. So if we look at trying to do some of these, there's costs of not only the installation but also the maintenance from the public works side as well, but also the legal ramifications. Are these legal or not? I think there's the concern too is from the residents. They have concerns regarding speeding, but also I think you look at the bigger issue is because state law is problematic because we cannot run radar under the typical standard of radar that only the state patrol can run, that townships are not allowed to run radar. We have to work through our traffic system, which I know is an efficient system, but again, when it ties up 2 or 3 officers to have to do that where we could have 1 with radar, that seems a little ridiculous in these times. But again, too, that's a state law issue that we can't get beyond. So, I mean, there's multitude of issues how we have to address this, but there should be a standard how we do this instead of trying to figure out how we can figure this out and put this here and move that there and add this here, when again, there's costs. And we need to let residents know what those costs are. If there's sidewalks or those are going to have to be assessed against the homeowner. So there's an expense. Is the homeowner willing to take that expense on? If it could be $5,000 or $10,000 to put a sidewalk in, but there has to be a unanimous decision by all the homeowners that everyone has to participate. You can't put in 9 homes or 10 homes.
Well, let me just correct you. We don't have sidewalks in Radnor because we don't assess the residents, and so we're going to have to do it out of the township budget. Okay,
Well,
we're not
that-
going to assess residents. We're not going to get the sidewalks by assessing residents because we don't do that.
That's true, but again, too, when we're running a deficit
I
and
know.
saying we're
Yeah,
gonna
we
go
don't-
ahead
we
and
don't have the
spend
money
money
in
of
the
money we
capital
don't
budget.
have, I mean, that's, again, there should be something that should be very clear of how we go about and how we do this, and we have to live within that criterion. If there's something that has to change, we have to do that. But also, I think, too, to say to the staff, is to the lieutenant or that, well, 3 or 4 hours is, that's okay. Well, right now, the lieutenant is also serving as our interim superintendent here, so he has both of those responsibilities. We have staff that's out due to disability retirement, his officers also to injury, that we are running overtime, but also we are shorthanded too as well. So to be able to just say randomly, here, let's take 3 or 4, I'd rather see these individuals out in the street than taking time and trying to figure out how we can go ahead and work a speed bump in here as
But
well
I think
too,
but Bob, I think let me just ask a question. I think the while I don't agree with Don's first 2 points, I think his fundamental question is, can you come up with alternatives to address the perceived speeding issue on Aberdeen? And I think I don't think that's an unreasonable request. I don't think it makes sense as just the way you described it. If staff traffic says don't do it, to invest 3 or 4 hours on doing something that the recommendation is not there. But for somebody to look at alternatives, that to me doesn't seem like an unreasonable request. I don't know if it's AJ or Dan or.
But I think
somebody else.
that would be a perfect example of why the committees of the commissioners need to meet and have those discussions in those committees where you have resident feedback, resident input, you have the input of the police department, the engineer, because ultimately it will be the Board of Commissioners who will make that decision, will set that policy and set the criteria. So I would recommend that be held in that committee of the commissioners.
I think it's a good use of our tax money. I mean, this group worked very hard over a 2-year period, and in my opinion, it's perfectly appropriate to ask the police force, the engineer, and our planner to spend the amount of time we're talking respectfully. I just respectfully disagree with that. That to me, it's a perfectly good use of our time.
I'll just make a brief comment. I had pushed for the speed indicating signs a couple years ago, and the main reason I wanted those signs brought into the township was that they collect data. And that data allows you to do targeted enforcement, which is a lot more efficient than just putting an officer at a corner at random or even over day. The point is you collect data, you find out when the speeders are speeding, and then you put an officer there when you need the officer there, and you attack the pattern of behavior. So that's one idea. I like the idea of a global look at this, and I think the Public Safety Committee of the Board of Commissioners would want to look at this in a more global way. I do also like the idea of not having the Staff Traffic Committee look at this, but having the Township Engineer look at this, at least the location of one speed hump where it is currently permitted under the rules that we use.
It's not currently permitted.
Well,
That remains
that's
to
not
be
what,
seen.
yeah, there
No,
seems.
there's a factual disagreement, though.
Hold on. Let me just clarify. There seems to be a disagreement in that area. What I would suggest is that this go back to Staff Traffic Committee just one more time for an appeal. And if it fails at that level, then it's failed. It's failed the test.
Again,
But-
respectfully, it's going to fail at that level. They've already told us their advice. It's up for us to just decide. So, I mean, how about this as take off the first recommendation, and the second one becomes, first we determine if the one segment satisfies the criteria or not, because if it doesn't, then we can take that out. But if it satisfies it, it's premature to reject it. Find out if it satisfies the criteria. If it does, show us schematics on the segment that satisfies the criteria. And then the third one is just alternatives, and we do that at the next meeting. Is that
Okay.
agreeable,
Yeah.
disagreeable?
Well, I like the idea of more diligence on this issue, because apparently there is a disconnect between what the Staff Traffic Committee came up with and your opinion, and I respect that, and I think that's an issue. If you were present at that meeting and you walked away from that meeting thinking one thing and they had a different opinion, that's not good. So maybe there just needs to be some clarification there. It probably would make sense to revisit that issue and have this sent back, to the engineer to review. There was also a comment in here that the speed table could cause further water drainage issues. I'd like a little clarification on that. That's very vague to me. And I do know that the speed tables generally don't span through the gutter area, so that's a questionable issue there. I think we just need a little more further understanding of what was done. And at the same time, I fully respect A.J. Antonini's opinion that, we're short-staffed on the police end of things, so we don't want to necessarily have them incur more time. What I will ask is that if they are using the speed indicating signs, that they use that for targeted enforcement in that area until this is resolved, because this is a long-term problem, and it needs a short-term fix and a long-term fix. And if we just say we're going to wait until we get the sidewalks and curbs in, that could be another 2 to 3 years, and that's not going to make anyone in this room happy. It's not going to make me happy. So if we can work a little harder on the enforcement and more strategic, more efficiently, we may see a little improvement in the behavior in that area. And at the same time, we can do, attack it from an engineering side, look at it that way. So I'm going to call the question. Don, you had a motion on the table to pull the Staff Traffic Committee recommendation out of this report. It's been seconded. I'll put it to the question.
Can I ask John Rice a question? Because I think there's merit to the way AJ described it. This is supposed to reflect the minutes of the meeting. And if this does reflect the minutes of the meeting, then it probably needs to be approved as is with some follow-up action separate from that. Does that make sense, or am I misguided?
Do you typically approve the minutes?
No, I
Or
mean, I
just
was
take
under
the
the-
recommendation?
We approve the staff traffic, and then they move forward with the ordinances
I
and
mean,
do
it's
the
their-
work.
But it's their minutes, so they
Yeah.
should be approving the minutes.
So the reason I proceeded the way I proceeded is I was told that if we accept this, then we accept the recommendation. Now, if that's inaccurate and there's another way to proceed, by all means, let's do it. But the reason I arranged this is because I think it's premature to accept that particular recommendation.
Well, I mean, if we're serious about this, we have the same problem on St. David's Road, Midland Avenue, Windermere Avenue. We should look at the whole area. Because it's very easy to get petitions and bring another 10 or 20 people in next week and the week after. We should look at the whole thing. If we don't have money for sidewalks, if we don't have money, then we don't have money for speed humps,
Has
And
there
it-
ever
and
been a traffic study done in this area to look at this issue? I mean, a bona fide traffic study?
I mean, a traffic study is part of the petition process. And every segment met the speeding criteria.
John, could I call the vote? Otherwise, we'll never get out of here
I'll
tonight.
call the question. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of...
But we've had a couple motions.
No, we've only had one.
This is your original motion with all three,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but did you amend it?
No.
No.
There's been
Would
no
you amend
amendment.
it?
The original
I'd be
motion
willing-
was to accept this Staff Traffic Committee report minus the recommendations on item 1. Is
No,
that
he went
correct?
into the whole thing of.
And you would like
Yeah.
three things. You would
Mine-
like a schematic,
yes.
humps drawn, humps that show the humps and choker, and also to recommend, I've lost
Okay.
my notes on third. What is the third one?
So, and the third one was just other staff recommendations
Staff
to reduce speed.
I
So,
thought-
Would
I
you
thought
consider amending
specifically-
it to eliminate the first?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so
go ahead and make that.
Amend to exclude the first one, so it would just be the second one, which is first identify if one of the segments did meet all the criteria, and if it did, give us a schematic of where speed humps would be, and then third would be show us other mechanisms, including rumble strips.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries 5-2. No
Thank you.
abstentions? Okay, so that'll go back. Thank you.
All right. The next item is the introduction of ordinance 2011-01 regarding a handicap parking space directly in front of 129 Poplar Avenue on the north side, starting at a point of 220 feet west of Woodland Avenue. You have before you the ordinance, proposed ordinance.
Move the introduction.
and the memo from Lieutenant Antonini.
Do I have a
Second.
second? Second. It's moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment? Okay, yeah, I'll have. Oh, you know what? Did we have public comment on the last motion? We did not. My mistake.
You have to forgive him, he's new on the
Yeah,
job.
I just have to allow public comment. Got ahead of ourselves. We're going to have public comment on that
Happy to
motion.
go back and open it back up
Yeah, we're going to open
again.
it back up. We're now going to have public comment on that last motion for the Staff Traffic Committee report. And then once that public comment is completed, we'll have a board vote again. So sorry about that.
I'm Mary Dillaway, 207 South Aberdeen Avenue. And I think one thing you have to consider about South Aberdeen, I've lived there for 30 years. The traffic is worse than it used to be because the drivers are worse than they used to be. They drive faster, they slow down for the stop signs, they don't stop for the stop signs. But South Aberdeen has always been a problem because we're the street that has a light at Lancaster Pike and we have a light at Conestoga Road. So people use that as their cut through South Wayne. And I think it makes us different than St. David's Road and all the rest of these roads because we are a different road. We are a much more major road than what you're dealing with on the rest of North Wayne and South Wayne. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Martin Heldring, but I'm here in a different capacity. My parents live on, you know my parents. They live on 365 Conestoga, which is at the corner of Conestoga and Aberdeen, and has probably as much frontage on Aberdeen as it does on Conestoga. They were not approached with regard to this. They are, I'm here to tell you that they would be opposed to speed bumps. I think, I'm surprised to say I agree with Commissioner Spengler, I think they would be in favor of a broader study in terms of what should be done in the general area. I, having grown up there and lived 40 years there, can say that I was there before there was stop signs. We lost a beloved Plymouth Barracuda on Aberdeen because somebody blew through a stop sign and wiped it out. So the cars do go fast along that road, but I also live on South Wayne. And I've sat in my porch and watched the police there sit for 3 hours behind my hedge, and 2-3 policemen, as many as they want. I've never seen them sit there without having somebody pulled over, give them a ticket. And I think it's 40 miles an hour where they start giving tickets. So the last thing I'd say is speed bumps, I think, are a cost issue, and also for snow plowing, I would think, would be an issue. So I think this needs to be given more thought. I'm very sensitive to the people on the street. I'm sensitive to my own, particularly my father. My mother doesn't walk, but some of you might have seen my father walking to St. Catharines down Aberdeen. Sidewalks would seem to be an entirely appropriate thing on that street, but it all should be studied, and you should understand the cost so we can all make a rational decision here. Thank you.
Any further?
My name is Alan Tamarelli. I live at 205 South Aberdeen Avenue. I just had a couple of comments. The first was that I think it's worth focusing again on the parts of the criteria of the ordinance that definitely have been met here, which was that over 80% of the residents on the street want a solution. They want speed humps. And the other part of the criteria that I think objectively have easily been met are the speeding criteria, that 85% of the people are going 30-something miles an hour. There's clearly a speeding problem, and clearly the residents need a permanent solution and are asking for one. I'm glad to hear that there's some consideration of a variety of possibilities, but I think it's important to have a permanent solution. We've had the flashing signs that track people's speed up several times on the street, including right in front of our house, and it's not a permanent solution. I don't know if it has any impact when they're up, but it certainly has no longer-term impact. It hasn't changed habits on the street. So I think in going forward, I'd like to just encourage you all to think of some permanent solution that's really going to address what is a very real speeding problem on the street. The other point that I wanted to make was that this is a safety issue, and it's not like a lot of the other discretionary things that probably come before the board where some residents want to expend funds on one thing and there's some opposition to it. I think here, it's not a question of putting in a turf field or not putting in a turf field or something like that. This is a safety issue, and the residents on the street, the overwhelming majority of them, have come forward and said this is a very real problem. We have a real concern for our children. We're asking you to do something. So if it's a close call, do something, not do something, please err on the side of caution, and please be conservative and do the right thing. And I think, as far as what parts of the street meet the criteria or don't, it's news to me that any part of the street does not meet the criteria, which include having 80% or more of the residents of a street, not a block, a street, request speed humps. meeting certain speeding requirements, which have been met by 2 police studies. And the third part of it has to do with the lengths of the street, and the one length, the portion from Conestoga to Orchard clearly exceeds the minimum length in the ordinance. So I don't see how there's any dispute about that segment of the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Lauren Leby, 210 South Aberdeen Avenue. I wanted to echo what my neighbor was just saying. I think we need a solution. I don't think we can wait that much longer. We've been working on this for quite some time. Actually, getting the petition going was quite the effort. We were very proud that 80% of our street residents recognize that there is an issue and that it needs to be solved. We are open to other solutions than speed bumps. We love speed bumps. We feel that they would be helpful, but if the township believes that there's another solution, a permanent solution, not the flashing signs that would be only temporary, we're open to that. All we are asking is that you please help us solve this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Julia Bonenberger, 218 South Aberdeen. First, I want to thank you for your premature vote. I'm glad that you're at least thinking more about this whole issue. I just want to point out some things. I've also been involved with Laureen and another neighbor in getting the petitions. And I think I'm not sure what's going on with the whole system. There seems to be a huge disconnect between what goes on in the traffic committee meeting and Lieutenant, I beg your pardon, and I know you weren't there, so you wouldn't know this, but the petitioner who called into question about the issue with the drainage is not even on the block that qualifies. And in fact, we made sure that we had extra beyond 80%, so if someone dropped out, we'd still hit our numbers, and I believe we have. I could be wrong, but that might be worth checking. And just one last thing, Mr. Helbring's family, the reason they weren't consulted is because the police told us specifically whose people whose addresses were on the street had to be consulted. So please, you know, every I has been dotted, every T has been crossed. We've been all over this. And we've been all over it, excuse me, for 2 years. Mr. Fisher, the solar signs that you were talking about, I know them well. I've stared at them twice in the past year. Wonderful at watching how people fly by. And the most frustrating things for us with those signs is not only, as Sergeant Smith has admitted, they have no long-term effect, but the police are not able to ticket unless you go above 40 miles per hour. So we're standing there and people are going 39, 40, and as fast as they can between 2 stop signs, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. So, you know, we only petitioned for speed humps because the police said, you'd be great candidates for speed humps, petition for speed humps. And we found out only last month that our one section where we have a lot of pedestrian traffic is not even eligible, even though the parallel street next to it has same segment, same length, and I'm talking about Luella, plenty of speed humps, and it hasn't been an issue. I know there's a lawsuit, I know it was all special, and I appreciate what you're saying is we have to draw the line in the sand somewhere. All I'm saying is, please do something. Please make it permanent. Please make it meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie Bonenberger, 218 South Aberdeen, and I want to say thank you for the robust discussion tonight. I know that this can also always be a contentious issue overall. Just wanted to recap a couple of quick points here. First, the fact that there is a process in place that the township has, which we followed as residents. The citizens have one option to seek redress in this situation, and that is to go through the process for petitioning for their street and their street only. So we followed that process. Whether that be for speed humps or whatever the case may be, I don't think we really care, really just to find a permanent solution to that speeding issue. The fact is that the police had established that a speeding problem does exist on South Aberdeen, and on this particular stretch that we're talking about, the majority of the road does not have sidewalks, and there's a blind curve and also a blinding hill for drivers. And since there are no sidewalks, both school children and folks who exercise and cycle are forced onto the roadway. So we have a combination of a speeding situation with pedestrians in the roadway. And then finally, the combination of that excessive speed and those folks in the roadway does present a hazard. Again, we've followed the process as it currently is in place with the township. The result for us, we'd be fine with whatever the case may be for a permanent solution. But seriously, thank you very much for your time tonight. I was really encouraged by this robust discussion. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Mark Greco, 201 South Aberdeen Avenue. I have a front row seat to the speeding and running the stop sign in all directions. I've been there 10 years and have been living there on and off since 1975. I think it's very dangerous there. Bill knows I traded a sidewalk for a curb, so I spent $10,000 on St. David's Road. It was a good trade. But, you know, I think we need sidewalks. I think we need to do everything we can to control the traffic flow down Aberdeen, to slow it down, and to get people to stop at the stop signs, because most people either roll them or don't make any attempt. They look both ways and go right through it. That was the case just driving over here tonight. At every intersection, people roll them or run them. So thanks for your consideration, and look forward to the recommendations that you're suggesting.
Hi, I'm Donna Galvin. I'm at 222 Pembroke Avenue. So I just wanted to let you know that this is an issue that affects not just people in Aberdeen. I'm one house away from that street. We walk every single day. I walk, my children walk, they walk from the train, they walk from the bus, we walk to school. It's a crazy street. People fly. About half the time we walk down Luella, and I can tell you the speed humps work. It has been a world of difference before and after in terms of safety. So for Aberdeen, I'm sure it would be the same. I mean, I've literally had to pull my children away from cars and have been brushed and touched by cars just flying. They don't stop at the stop signs. They don't stop when they're practically hitting you. Whether it's sidewalks, speed humps, crosswalks, all the other options, I think all the way it needs it, because people are going both to the trail and to town and into school. It's all aspects of it, of the street. And then in terms of costs, I think we have to weigh the cost of adding sidewalks against the cost of busing. I mean, we are, as a township, spending money year after year busing children a few blocks because there's not sidewalks. If we had the sidewalks, we'd really have to consider what the savings would be for actually eliminating probably some buses. Thank you.
Chip Layfield, Wayne. To the traffic study, I recall when the middle school, when that was being debated and discussed those many years, there were at least 2 traffic studies done in that area. So those traffic studies are either at the township or the school district. So that area really has been studied quite a bit. I'm not a big fan of the speed humps. Elaine's right, they do work. Anything vertical works. The tables, they work well too. You put the rumble strips on top of the tables, that works well. But I think there's an opportunity with the cicanes and bump outs to incorporate stormwater management and infiltration that would have a benefit beyond traffic that I think you really need to look at, and maybe kind of expand the criteria so that it's not just traffic. Thanks.
Hi, Baron Gemmer, South Wayne Avenue. I also agree with Commissioner Spengler. I think the first aspect to look at would be sidewalks. Now, whether the funding would come from the township or some other source, that makes the most sense regardless of the speeding, to get the children and get the pedestrians out of the road regardless of whether the speeds are going to be reduced or not. So perhaps there's some creative funding ways we can look at from the neighborhood. Commissioner Spengler also talked about how everybody wants speed humps when you put them in, and that's true. You'd end up with the speed humpification of South Wayne with all that going on. And the concern the residents on South Wayne have, who have also been working, South Wayne Avenue, have been working on the speeding issues there, and an even worse situation where people coming off of Conestoga speeding. Even though we have sidewalks, the speeding and the cutting the corners is a very big issue. And one more street next to us with speed humps is just going to force more traffic down South Wayne and make that a more dangerous situation. And unfortunately, or fortunately, being a state road, our hands are more tied in terms of speed humps and any physical barriers. So the residents of South Wayne Avenue have a huge concern that the more you impede traffic on these other streets, it's going to make a problem that is already bad for us worse with not as much recourse as the other streets have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, Bill. Tucker Twitmeyer, 229 Upland Way. I, too, live about 100 feet off the road, been a long-time resident of the town. And as with the lady who just spoke a couple of speakers ago, I want to reaffirm my concerns for the road and what I watch as my children prepare to bike and walk to school just as I used to when I lived here. Would love to see the sidewalks along Aberdeen, would have loved it when I was a student at the middle school. But in the absence of that, I hope the commissioners will consider some type of traffic calming method, whether it be the speed humps or some other permanent method. Thank you.
Can I take a minute to address two things? One, the manager and I talked last week. We're going to be coming up the next meeting, request to go out to bid for another speed radar counter, so that we are taking speeding seriously. The agenda was quite long, so I apologize for not putting it on this one. And two, state law requires us to give at least 10 miles over the speed limit before we start writing. So we can write at 35. We tend to go a little higher. That'd be more lenient, because quite frankly, there are a lot of speeding issues in this township. We try to get the most serious speeders with the limited resources we have. So again, we have to give at least 10 miles over the speed limit before we write, except in a school zone.
And AJ, is that posted at 25?
That's correct.
Okay. Any further public comment?
Hi, I'm Cheryl Tomo. I live in Midland Avenue, and we don't have speed bumps, but I wish we did on some level. I think that I would urge you to be less lenient. If the rule is 10 miles, then make it exactly 10 miles and really stop these people, and don't be lenient at all. I know that I've had friends and neighbors get caught in speeding on a street when we're just a little less conscious of it because we go down the streets all of the time. And I would urge you to direct your attention to the concept of complete streets. I won't go into it now, but the Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission has material about complete streets, and it's a way of providing on every street an opportunity for pedestrians, bicyclists, and cars to work together. And it's essentially both traffic calming and pedestrian enhancing and bicycle enhancing. And if you need a connection there, I can connect you with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. Any further public comment?
Good evening. My name's Rob Budziak. I live at 210 South Aberdeen. 6 years ago, I relocated my family from Pittsburgh to Wayne. Reason being is that it is a beautiful community, excellent school system, and it's a residence. It's a real community. Since we've moved here, the speed bumps were put in on Pembroke, and we know some residents there, and we were told about what great improvements were made with the traffic. As you've probably observed, I have a beautiful daughter now who likes to use all the amenities that Wayne has to offer. My family and I like to walk, and unfortunately, there have been several instances where we've had, close encounters with speeders, and also people not obeying the traffic laws. So, as a resident, what I would really like you to do, as the commission, is really come up with some good ideas and some good speed calming measures to keep this residence, in this community, a great community to live in. Thank you.
Okay, any further public comment? I again apologize for not getting the public comment in. My wife told me yesterday I need to get my eyes checked, and I think she's right, because you were all right here, and I just didn't pay attention enough. I'm sorry about that.
We didn't help you. We should have helped you.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, Mr. Rice, can we just call the question now?
Just reconfirm the vote.
Okay.
And I would point out you have public comment on agenda items at the beginning of every meeting. So you've met the letter of the law, but the practice has been opening up on each individual item also.
That's right.
So.
That's right. Okay. All right, we'll just, all those commissioners in favor of Commissioner Curley's original motion, please reconfirm by voting aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-2. as it did previously. Thank you.
Next item, as I indicated, is ordinance 2011-01, the introduction regarding handicap parking space directly in front of 129 Poplar Avenue on the north side, 220 feet west of Woodland Avenue.
Move the introduction.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment on this issue? Hearing none. Any public comment? Okay. Call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
The next item is introduction of ordinance 2011-02 regarding a handicap parking space on the south side of David Drive, 211 feet from Roberts Road.
Move the introduction.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment? Hearing none. Any public comment? Call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries 7-0.
The next item is introduction of ordinance number 2011-03, which would rescind ordinance 1999-06 regarding handicap parking space at 200 West Wayne Avenue.
I have a question for the solicitor. I represent for sale the house of the woman that passed away. Do I have a conflict by recommending that they take this away, bringing this to the township's attention?
No.
No. Okay, I can vote on this, and there's no problem.
Correct.
Even though I'm the broker of record for the property with the woman that had the, and I sold the other property, so I don't need any disclosure or anything, just.
You're talking about the ordinance?
200 West Wayne Avenue. I sold 200 West Wayne Avenue. The woman at 200 and a half had the parking spot. She passed away. I went to the township and said, this woman passed away. We no longer need this spot.
Okay. Yeah, you can vote on this. There's no benefit under the Ethics Act. That would
All right,
prevent
I'll
you
move
from
the
doing
introduction.
Can I ask a question based on just that little dialogue? Bill said 200, the agenda says 200.
Well, I'm sorry. It's 200.
Okay, so
It's
the
in front of
description,
200.
so the description we got is inaccurate.
Yes, yes.
The ordinances are, okay.
Yes.
I think, Bill, you moved for that?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further commissioner comment? Hearing none. Any public comment? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries 7-0.
The next item is resolution 2011-07 regarding the purchase of ammunition for the police department. You have a memo from Lieutenant Antonini to Mr. Zenkowski explaining what it is he wants. AJ, would you like to comment on this?
Just basically, as you see by the memo, it's to keep the minimum operations for the police department going for the year 2011, and I'm requesting it now because there's a 6-month back order.
All right.
Move the
and-
approval of the resolution.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further commissioner comment?
Is this is in our 2011 budget as part of operating supplies?
That's correct.
Just so the public knows, it's for the purchase of ammunition for the police department in the sum of $6,324.67 from Markle Supply Company.
And that's under the state contract, so we don't have to bid it out?
That's correct.
Right.
And, I mean, that's quite a bit of ammunition. Is most of it used in practice, target practice and whatnot?
We strive to do 2 qualifications a year
Uh-huh.
in both weapons. Yes.
Thanks.
Move the second. Anybody in the audience?
Okay. Any further commissioner comment? Hearing none. Any public comment? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Next item is Resolution 2011-08 regarding the purchase of a traffic safety motor vehicle enforcement van. You have before you a memorandum and proposed resolution. The memo is from Lieutenant Antonini explaining that this is a used 2001 Ford van from Ben Salem Township. It will cost $3,500, and it will be offset by the sale of an existing Expedition, which is in the police department presently, correct?
That's correct. As I stated in my memo, I believe it's going to be a net zero cost to the township. This presents an opportunity for the police department to have a van already equipped with most of the cost being borne by Salem to enforce motor carrier and commercial truck enforcement, something that we really haven't done, but there is a need to do so. I apologize, I didn't put it in your original packet, but I did leave it on your seat, the actual value of the van. I would say by looking at those pictures that you have, it would cost me much more than $3,500 to even try to equip a van like that. And finally, the reason they're getting rid of it is because the gentleman officer who does that has done so well in enforcement that they're speccing him out a bigger and better van. So I expect this to be a net positive for revenue for the
Hey,
town.
how many years do you expect the van to last at that mileage?
Well, T2 right now, the one it's going to replace is a 1998. It doesn't get maybe 10 miles a day, maybe 40 miles a week. Using that same criteria, maybe 50 miles a week, I expect it to last 5 to 7 years.
Move the approval of resolution.
Second, I just have can you briefly explain what motor carrier enforcement is and what, special equipment we need?
Right now, we bring in the traffic safety unit as well as Pennsylvania State Police officers for heavy commercial tractor trailers, dump trucks, and the like. I think there's a need right now, especially with the scales. We have a considerable amount of trucks, smaller than that commercial, but larger than your basic pickup truck, that are going around uninspected and unenforced for weight. I was on the Lancaster Avenue waiting for the Reese Across America and viewed a dump truck that was clearly overweight without a tarp that probably should have been weighed. And this will give us the opportunity to keep all that equipment there. Because right now, we have to find the vehicle, bring them back to the station, get the scales, or take all the scales out and move them in and out of the station. It's very cumbersome, very time-consuming. I think this is going to give us a great opportunity to increase our efficiency in enforcement, not only in commercial vehicles, but in the smaller trucks that go unnoticed every day, per se.
And they get citations for being overweight?
That's correct.
Uh-huh.
And fines.
We also have one roadway in particular that can't support truck traffic, so I'll be expecting that we'll be enforcing the weight limits on that as well.
Mhm. Thank you.
Any further commissioner comment? Hearing none, any public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed? I'll note that Commissioner Nagel was absent for that vote. Motion carries 6-0.
The next item is introduction of ordinance 2011-06, which would amend ordinance 90-17 regarding permit parking districts. You have before you the proposed ordinance and a memo from Mr. Zinkowski. Apparently, the recommendation is to move the increase from $5 to $10 for residents for temporary parking, or for parking permits rather, and from $3 to $5 for visitor, that is temporary parking, and will better recapture our costs and more adequately reflect what the administration costs are. Any other comments, Mr. Zinkowski?
No, I think that's part of what we're looking at here is how those expenses aren't trying to recover the cost of the township on those.
Move the introduction.
Second, why do we need a separate ordinance for this? We can't just change it in the fee schedule like our other fees?
It's set forth in the ordinance.
That it has to be by separate ordinance?
Right,
Okay.
right.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further commissioner comment? Hearing none, any public comment?
Yes, Sarah Pilling, 29 Garrett Avenue. I've lived on Garrett Avenue since 1982, and I believe our parking permits came in 1983. They have not been changed in all that time, knowing that we have a lot of seniors on my end of Garrett Avenue, none of whom have computers, so they don't have the opportunity to check the website. I spoke to several of them, and they said it's about time. We've only paid $5 since the early 80s, and it seems perfectly appropriate to raise it to $10. So I want you to know that from the longtime residents. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Any further public comment? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
The last item on public safety is the introduction of ordinance 2011-07, which would amend ordinance 89-11 regarding alarm systems, adjusting the fines for false alarms for the second, third, and subsequent offenses. Bob, do you want to handle this, or AJ?
Sure. I think as part of this, again, is just trying to cover some of the expenses here of the township. This would also then incorporate too, with fire department with their false alarm calls as well.
What's the charge on a first false alarm? Is that a freebie?
Yes.
Second is be $70, and the third and each subsequent would be $140, and that's in a per calendar year.
That's correct.
A question about the parts of our township that are serviced by different fire companies. Do they pay this, or do they pay if the other fire company has a fee?
I believe it would be based on Radnor Township's fees.
This is township fee. The police do this, fire company has nothing to do with this.
If you live in my side of the township and you get a false alarm, it's not Radnor that comes out.
Well, it's the Radnor Police Department sets the fine, not the fire company.
That's
So
correct.
how would,
But we
so
will
you
be-
would get a report of those
No, they'd be out on the
incidences?
alarm if it's a false alarm.
No, they don't come. Broomall comes.
I have a
The
question.
police come.
Who issues the citation? Is it the police?
How it works now is every morning, administrative staff check to see how many citations it is, anything 2 or more, gets a citation written, I sign it. So they're checked every daily, and we have an alarm file within our alert system that tells us how many they have.
And I assume this is on both police and fire calls?
That's correct.
Okay.
Radnor
So-
responds to all the calls.
Okay,
They
any
notice
further
different fire
commissioner
company.
comment?
One police department is supposed to
Any
be
further
there.
commissioner comment on this issue?
I don't think it's been moved and seconded yet.
Broomall
No,
Police
that's a good
Department?
point. Do I have a
I
motion?
will- I'll move the introduction.
Okay,
And I'll second it.
it's been moved and seconded.
Okay.
Any further commissioner comment? Hearing none, any public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
That's it for public safety.
Thanks, Commissioner Mahoney. Okay, we have, next up is Personnel Administration. I'm covering that. Item J is Resolution 2011-05, authorizing the appointment of Township Solicitor. I move, actually, I'll have someone else move to appoint our Township Solicitor.
Move the appointment of John Rice as our solicitor.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further commissioner comment?
I just want to point out that the retainer here is $5,600 a month, which comes to about $67,000 a year. We have budgeted for 2011 for general legal expenses, $127,000, which seems like a reasonable cushion for matters beyond general.
So we're giving John a target?
Pardon?
We're giving John
A target, right.
John just
There's
does
always,
what
there's
the
always,
staff
an-
target.
there's always a number in the budget for
Yeah.
all the
The
professionals.
Right.
staff target, John just does what they ask him to do.
Or the
And
commissioner.
I'll comment that John Rice has been doing a great job, in my opinion, for the township and for the taxpayers. I'm happy that he'll be able to do this at a lower fee based on his prior billings. So, John, thanks for the work you've done for us in the past year. And
Thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you. Any further commissioner comment? Okay, it's been moved.
Public.
Oh, yeah. Public comment? Hearing none. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries 7-0. Next up is Resolution 2011-06, authorization of the appointment of Labor Council.
I would move the appointment of Reed Smith LLP as our labor counsel.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further commissioner comment?
Again, just so that the public knows, this retainer is $1,800 a month, which equals about $21,000 a year. We have budgeted for labor legal costs $48,000, again, a cushion for out of the ordinary matters that this firm would handle, which is, in my opinion, quite reasonable.
I would note that Joseph Rudolph, who is a partner with Reed Smith, is in the audience. He has been our labor counsel in the past, and Joe, if you just come up to the podium to introduce yourself, I think that would be more than appropriate.
Bob, on Joe's walk-up, this note that we got from Bill Martin, is that available to the public, or is that just?
Yes,
you?
it is.
Okay.
Bill, maybe I'll have Bill read it.
Yeah, it should be. Just so everyone knows, we're looking to appoint Reed Smith tonight. Just a quick background, we interviewed 13 firms. We sent an RFQ out for the position in September. The township manager, myself, the finance director, and the officer in charge interviewed those firms, narrowing the field down to a final 2, which the board interviewed in executive session. And based on the qualifications, experience, and the cost structure represented by Reed Smith and Joe Rudolph, we're pleased to recommend that they would appoint him as labor counsel. And it should be noted that the interim HR manager is Allison Rudolph. She is the spouse of Mr. Rudolph. We want to make that clear. And under the agreement, only the township manager can appoint, I guess, recommend anything above the retainer price. So in other words, there will be no conflict of interest. The retainer is set with your approval tonight.
Okay, any further
Any
commissioner
questions,
comments?
anyone?
No, I
Okay,
just think
Joe.
it's also
Yeah, why-
important to understand, the public knows that there were 13 firms that submitted proposals and were all interviewed through a process, including the final 3 firms, I believe it was, that the commissioners themselves interviewed. So this was a very competitive process.
Mr. Rudolph, would you like to introduce yourselves to all of us and the public as well?
Good evening. My name is Joe Rudolph, and thank you very much for the opportunity to do work for the township. As Commissioner Mahoney mentioned, I've done work in the past, and I do work for a variety of communities throughout Pennsylvania, and primarily concentrated in the Philadelphia suburbs.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, as part of this, during the interview process, we asked each firm that if they would be willing to meet with the Board of Commissioners on their own to give quarterly updates to the Board of Commissioners, so that it is not per se the manager's conversations, or that it would actually be the Labor Council meeting with the Board of Commissioners to go through various concerns or issues that you may have, or issues that the Labor Council may have too, that you would have that ongoing dialogue on a quarterly basis as well. And that any type of action or additional litigation that may take place must be approved by the Board of Commissioners, which they agreed to do that.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate that. And I think those are important safeguards, and we'll definitely add to the communication that occurs between Labor Council and the Board of Commissioners. Okay, I believe it's been moved and seconded. Any further commissioner comment? Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'll abstain from this vote, so the motion carries 6 to none. And item M, as I stated earlier, has been removed from the agenda. That was a motion to approve the conflict of interest policy, and actually I skipped one. Item L is that we have 2 vacancies on the Garrett Hill Implementation Committee. If you have interest in serving on that committee, please send your letter of interest to Bob Zinkowski at 301 Ivan Avenue, Wayne, Pennsylvania, 19087. Item M has been pulled from the agenda because that conflict of interest policy was not put on the website. We forgot to include that in the packet. So we'll be revisiting that most likely at the next meeting. Item N is a resolution 2011-11 appointing the superintendent of police. Again, that was pulled from the agenda. We will revisit that most likely at our next meeting. I have no further report. Next up is Public Works and Engineering, Commissioner Spengler.
Yes, I'd like to move the reintroduction of the Township Floodplain Conservation District Ordinance and set a public hearing for, Dan, you have a date? Or Bob, do you have a date? Public hearing for the reintroduction of the Township Floodplain Conservation District Ordinance. Do we have a date for that?
I would suggest that you do it the first meeting in March.
All right, I'll move the reintroduction with set the public hearing for the first meeting in March, which is the second Tuesday in March.
Second?
Do we have an actual date? Yes, do we have an actual date for that?
Second Tuesday.
Can someone?
Second meeting in March would be the 14th?
Why did you say Tuesday?
What's that?
You said Tuesday.
Monday.
Second Monday in March.
14th, right?
14th.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. Okay, the hearing date has been set for March 14th. It's been moved and seconded. Any further commissioner comment?
Yeah, while this particular legislation isn't going to have an effect on the township, there is potential spillover legislation I've discussed with Dan and with Bob, is that many of our homeowners that live along streams where the floodplain may have encroached further on their property may have to get certified documents that will affect, apparently there's a way that they get a grace year of increased fees. So there is going to be an impact on the township for a while, and hopefully we can come up with some efficient process to deal with that.
Okay. Any further commissioner comment? Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor of setting the date, say aye.
The reintroduction.
Oh,
This is introduction.
The reintroduction and
this
setting. the date.
reintroduction and setting the date, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
All right, all these authorizations are in the 2011 Public Works operating budget. So I move the authorization to go to bid for triaxle hauling rates for the removal of snow and construction debris.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment? Hearing none. Any public comment?
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's. Can I ask the nature of this charge?
It's to get trucks to haul the snow from the parking areas, and Wayne, what do we do it for?
That's correct. After we clear the business district, the
have to
piles that are
rent
up in the
trucks.
business district, we hire traxels to move the snow. Also, during the construction season, anything that gets stockpiled, sweeper debris, construction debris, that also needs to be hauled out.
Any way we can charge the constructees for part of that, or do we?
It's all work that we're doing in-house, Mr. Snower.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Okay, hearing none. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Next
None
item
opposed?
is, I move the authorization to
Motion
go to
carries.
bid for emergency sewer repair pricing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment? Hearing none. Any public comment? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Next, I move the authorization to go to bid for the purchase of street signs and hardware.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment?
I have a question. We've been reading a lot in the paper about the new federal sign regulations and how this has become a big problem for other townships. Do we have any repercussions of that? Do we know?
No, everything that we have in place now, the MUTCD will take place. You have time, anything that you have in stock on your shelves, you are allowed to use. Once that has dried up, you have to go by the federal regs.
Okay.
Which is basically breakaway poles and 6-inch. I think it's 6-inch, Bill, signs for
Well,
street signs?
The breakaway poles, I mean, there's all different types of breakaway. But yeah, it includes breakaway, and it has to do a lot with reflectivity on signs.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner comment? Any public comment? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Next, I'd like to move the authorization to go to bid for landscape mulch.
You strip one.
Oh.
Street light maintenance.
Street light maintenance.
I move authorization to go to, for street light maintenance.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment? Hearing none. Any public comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Move authorization to go to bid for landscape mulch.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment?
Yeah, Bill, I assume that the mulch is used sparingly for ornamental purposes and that we use our own leaf mold for compost application?
Actually, we don't use the leaf mold in the flower beds.
Flower beds are ornamental.
Correct. I mean, the landscape mulch is just strictly for beds, and being under contract with the school, we have an obligation to landscape those beds.
Right. Thank you.
Any further commissioner comment? Hearing none, any public comment? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Move the authorization to go to bid for turf products.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment?
I just want to confirm that we're still adhering to the policy of using non-synthetic and organic turf products.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thanks.
Any public comment? You have to run fast. Bob Zinkowski asked me if I could get this done by 9:30. I said, there's no way.
Bob Nicholas, West Wayne Avenue. On the issue of synthetic, this has come up a couple times in talking to the parks crews about care for the field and whether certain products could be investigated to be used because they're more effective. They're synthetic, but they're not in any way chemically different than what's being used, and they're much more effective and cost-effective. So I just ask that be considered. Maybe it has to go to a different board, but I don't have the specifics, but I know that there's a concern about some of the products that are using aren't very effective. We're spending a lot of money, and the difference in the products isn't an issue from an environmental standpoint.
Is this something that Parks and Rec has looked at and has discussed?
Well, many years ago, but we should,
Years ago.
but this,
Well,
it's
I
going to be
meant the
broader.
Committee, yeah.
I mean, it's not just Parks and Rec, it's going to be EAC, for example. And I
Okay.
spearheaded this effort years ago, and equivalency is in the eye of the beholder. Bob, you know that. You know, we've had that discussion in the past. So we should send it back to Parks and ask them to collaborate with EAC and look into this request.
Any staff comment on that question?
From what I've heard, there are some synthetics out there that will actually do a better job for you at a cheaper cost. So it's something that you should definitely look at.
Specific products been put forth yet, or?
I don't have any specific products
Yeah.
on hand, but I could certainly get some information from Paul, my park supervisor,
Okay.
on the products available.
But we're
Okay.
going to bid with specs that don't include that this year to get it, it's time to do it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, any further public comment? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Next is authorization to solicit requests for proposals for HVAC preventive maintenance and service contracts, and I'll move the authorization.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment? Any public comment? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries 7-0.
That's it under Public Works and Engineering.
Thanks, Commissioner. Okay, next up, we have Community Development. Commissioner Curley.
Yes, Mr. Rice, do you have a recommendation for a date for Mr. Zankowski for the notice of public hearing for ordinance 2010-34?
I would suggest you do it the same night as the floodplain, which would be March
14th.
March 14th.
So I move the introduction I move that we set the notice for public hearing for ordinance 2010-34 for March 14th.
Do I have a second?
This
Okay, any commissioner comment?
this ordinance goes, is this the ordinance that you recommended 3 and they just put it back to 2?
Yes.
The original draft recommended 3, and anybody that had permission now for 2, if they went to 3, would need a special exception. Planning Commission looked at this, and I believe 2 Planning Commission members were okay with it at 3, but the majority of the Planning Commission is recommending to this board that the number be reduced to 2 students in a student home. So that's the draft that you have in front of you. You certainly can.
Well, Haverford and Lower Merion are 3?
Yes.
And we're 2?
Or proposing to.
And most houses have 3 bedrooms, so it's going to be a constant problem with us. Your recommendation was to
Well,
go to
it's
3.
2 now.
Yeah,
No, it's
no,
2
Bill.
now. No, but it's a constant problem.
Two unrelated, which
Yeah.
has created some other
Yeah.
issues.
will
and-
not
That's a different
affect-
issue.
What's
Right.
this? This is not 2?
This is just 2 students, period.
And I can't support 2. I just think that is a false limit.
Well, we're going to have a
Especially- now,
public hearing.
We
on
are,
this,
but I
yeah.
want to get this out there, because if we change it, then it'd have to be renoticed, John. First of all, this doesn't affect the existing student houses. So if people think by making this 2, all of a sudden, it's going to take care of perceived problems they have, this won't. Those people are all grandfathered in.
They're grandfathered in. If it was 3, though, the original draft would have required any change from 2 to 3 to get a special exception,
Yes,
because it's
absolutely.
a new. And, that was the goal with this ordinance, is that right now, people that have rental properties walk in, they get a license, and the residents really don't know that there's a student rental unit there unless they happen to be at the building or staff. There's no public process for the residents to address either a new student housing or student rental unit, or, so that's why it's my suggestion, it's a zoning issue. I think it is a zoning issue. It's not a licensing issue per se, and it's designed to keep down the number of intrusions in single-family neighborhoods of student homes. That's the reason why you have it. We did a survey. Most municipalities have 3. In fact, all that I've seen have 3. I know there's an argument that there's 3 or 4 now, and if you let students have 3, there'll be 4 or 5. But I think if you look at the requirements in this ordinance, setbacks and things like that, it's going to require a much more detailed application to either establish a new one, whether the number is 2 or 3, to establish a new one, or to go, if you decide you want to put it at 3, to go from 2 to 3. And there's a special exception before the zoning hearing board.
So, Mr. Rice, this version we have here is not one that has your recommendation, correct? This
Correct.
has-
And I
Yes.
had this discussion with the planning commission, and I think that 3, because most homes, remember, you're dealing with single-family homes, and I don't know how many 2-bedroom single-family homes you have in this township, but I suspect most of them, no matter what the size is, are 3. And I think we'll have a little better enforcement if anyone tries to go above 2, if the number's 3. So, yeah, I'm not, planning commission and I disagree.
Okay. So what would have to happen if if the board wanted to take your recommendation? Would we have to make that change tonight? Otherwise, we'd have to.
You could do it tonight.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Nagel, that's the.
I would move that we change the 2 to 3.
Before we, hang on. Okay.
We can move in second. We don't have to hang on yet.
Okay. It's been moved in second, now public board discussion.
Can you
I
just-
did,
I'm sorry.
hold on, I'm going to take the lead on this right now. I did watch the planning commission meeting, and I've used this before. The reason we have a planning commission is because they are able to vet these issues and hear from the public, and they did that. And in the process of doing that, they did change their recommendation to the Board of Commissioners from 3 to 2. And I appreciate the fact that they took their time to hear this case and to put this in public view and have the public come out and comment. In addition to that, I got numerous emails, I would say representing at least 100 homeowners in my district that absolutely want to see this at 2. There's no doubt in their mind. We're talking about neighborhoods that if something isn't done to curtail this behavior of taking over our family-oriented neighborhoods and changing the character of our town, then we're going to see our town turn into a college town. At this point, 1/3 of the residents in this town are students, 1/3. And quite frankly, we see a lot of plans for expansion with the universities. We see, Villanova University is certainly looking at some big changes on their campus, and I think I have to represent the residents, the voters. I will not be representing in my vote on this the landlords, because the landlords aren't necessarily doing what's in the best interest of the community. The community has spoken to me, and they made it very clear. I have both groups in the 7th Ward. We have the Northeast Radnor Homeowners Association. We have the Garrett Hill Coalition members. Basically, we're talking about, in this case, we're looking at maybe 300 to 400 residents that are part of those groups, and they've made it very clear to me they don't want to see this relaxed. They want to see this strict limit of 2 in place to protect their neighborhoods. We have one street in Garrett Hill in particular that has over 20 rentals on it. Can you imagine living on a street that has over 20 rentals on it?
And we'll continue to have 20 rentals on it regardless of what we do with this.
That is great, but what we don't want to see is 30. And
You can't.
You can't, they have to be 1,000 feet
1,000
apart.
feet,
I
John.
understand that.
Under this new ordinance, you look at our township, if we get a half a dozen new student rentals under this ordinance, I'd be surprised.
But Commissioner Nagel, what you're missing here is that...
I'm not missing anything, John.
What one part of this ordinance does is if a home ceases to be a rental and that owner comes back later, a year later, and approaches the township to get a license, they have to go through zoning.
That's right.
And what my hope is, over time, over a long period of time, maybe 20 years, we'll see the number of rentals in our neighborhoods decreasing, not increasing. So I see this as a long-term protection. This is what long-term planning is all about. This is what the Planning Commission's expertise is in, and that is long-term planning. If it's up to the will of a political body that only has a seat for 4 years to make decisions like this, we tend to move down the short-sighted path. What I like to see is the Plan Commission set long-term, long-range planning goals for this township, and that's what we've asked them to do by giving their opinion here, and they've given us their opinion. The opinion is 2.
Well, I had one in my ward. There were three people in there, and the neighbor complained, and so they threw them out, and I got a group home. So there's 3 bedrooms in a house, John. You got to be practical. You got to have at least 3. If they take us to court, we're going to lose. We're going to spend a lot of money. No one's taking us all the way, but there's 3 bedrooms in a house. We ought to have 3, John.
John,
we're gonna have
do you have an, I don't want to use the word opinion because it may have significant legal connotation. Do you have any advice or I guess, does our litigation risk change if it's reduced to 2?
I think it's more likely that somebody would file something. Whether they would be successful or not, it's a totally different story.
Right, but we still have to defend it.
Right. I mean, it would be in front of the zoning hearing board, and it would play out there. So, this is a policy issue. I'm okay with 2. I think 3 is more appropriate, and I've said that all along. I've been pretty consistent, because I think the other aspects of this ordinance will effectively, limit the number of new ones, and anyone that would try to take advantage of the new 3 limit would have to go in front of the zoning hearing board, and you can authorize my office to oppose that. They have to, the residents will have the opportunity to come in and oppose it. So it's, the separation distance in this ordinance is no different from your existing. So, I think it's more likely someone may file something, but whether or not it would be successful, I can't tell you that.
Well, I watched the Planning Commission as well, and when I started watching the meeting, I was firmly in the 3 camp because it made sense to me. Most houses are 3 bedrooms, and with all of the other safeguards in the new ordinance, I felt we were protected enough. But during that discussion that the Planning Commission had, they put forth an argument that really resonated with me, and that is that it's less economically appealing if you can only rent to 2. If you can rent to 3, then the math changes and more houses will be likely to do it. So that reason alone, our goal here is to minimize the student housing, and having it at 2 makes it less economically feasible and means less landowners are going to decide to go down that road, which makes sense to me. That's a perfectly legitimate goal.
But they're 1,000 feet apart, so the chances of
I agree.
them expanding aren't that great.
That's a pretty good safeguard right there.
It includes off-site parking requirements. It includes square footage. And by the way, it's only single-family dwellings, so a twin house could not become a student rental.
But if the goal is to minimize these student houses, then making it less economically appealing is a very good way to get there.
But when you have 3 bedrooms, you have an enforcement problem with 2, a constant enforcement problem, because they're going to fill up those bedrooms.
Well,
Yeah,
Bill,
I suspect they rent, quote-unquote, the house, not the bedrooms, and
That's right.
the issue is that if there's two, and there's three people, and only two guys are on the lease, and he's still getting the same amount of money. I mean, it's not, there's no economics here by putting 3 versus 2.
No, the other person just pays his share. Yeah, so it's economics.
Joe and Tom are on the lease, and Harry's in the back room.
That's right.
Well, yeah, the enforcement problem is strictly a matter of enforcement. We have to do better in the area of enforcement, and setting it 3 versus 2 won't change that.
But, John, we're out there at 7 o'clock in the morning, knocking on doors, going in and counting toothpaste and toothbrushes and, I mean, it's, come on.
And it's not working.
Yeah.
So this resolution, I'm sorry, this ordinance is geared towards that problem. And to eliminate that issue of enforcement.
But it
in the
won't.
current
It
ordinance.
won't.
I
Because
understand
all
that.
those places are grandfathered
But
in.
we have to think long-term. We have to think not the next year, not the next 12 months, the next 10 years, the next 20 years.
Well, one thing we also have to do is separate enforcement and also behavior enforcement. Because the complaints we hear from folks who have problems with student housing is typically due to behaviors. And when I first moved into this township, there was a house right up behind me that ended up being a drug house, and AJ probably remembers this. So, and that was not a rental. So, come on, you can have just as bad neighbors as you can have students, and we should, if we're enforcing our behavior laws, then we take care of the problems. This isn't going to make a difference because every single student rental house is grandfathered into this.
Question about that. The current rentals that are grandfathered, do they have to go at some point in front of zoning hearing and get a special exception?
No.
Or is it they wait until that expires by
Right.
some reason and
Right.
then they have to come in?
Right,
And-
any new one would have to get the special exception.
But until they, trigger going into, by, having it vacant for a year or whatnot.
Right.
They don't have to do anything,
Correct.
except to continue to pay their license fees.
Right, they're grandfathered. And the other thing you should act on tonight is, assuming this goes forward, is that you're going to need to amend the rental housing licensing ordinance to take the student rentals out of there. So that's got to be done also. It's a companion. I can bring that back at the first meeting in February. It's a pretty simple draft ordinance, but that needs to be done simultaneously.
And the landowners who need to go into zoning to either, new renters or people who have lost their grandfathered status, they'll go into zoning and they'll pay a fee.
Special exception application.
So that's like the $550 fee for
Right.
whatever it is.
Right, whatever that is.
Okay.
So, John Rice, if we make this change, will this need to go back to planning, or is this just, it'll go to our public hearing with the
Well,
with the change?
if you're gonna make a change, that's why I suggested March 14th. If you're gonna make a change, I will recirculate this to the local planning commission and the Delaware County Planning Commission. So there's enough time. We need 30 days. There's some case law that deals with tweaks to ordinances. You need to resubmit them. But I really wouldn't expect much comment from the county if you change the number. Planning Commission would weigh in on that again.
Right, so I feel like we'd be chasing our tail, because I can assure you, I had really about 100 residents that wanted to come out to the Planning Commission meeting, and those residents were not aware that the risk of this change would happen here. So, I feel like they weren't given the notice that they deserve to voice their opinion now, because we're about to change what the Planning Commission did. And, so I feel like we're chasing our tail. I can assure you that Planning Commission will be bombarded with people. I will be betting on that, because I know that there were hundreds of people that wanted to come out, but instead they sent neighborhood representatives to come out and speak on their behalf. So, I recognize, one of the concerns I have here is that I heard from my constituents, and my constituents want the protections, but I'm hearing from other commissioners, and I'm starting to wonder what constituents you heard from and why you're taking that position. Because it's not clear to me that the change benefits the homeowners, the residents, the families of the township. Do you want to speak to that topic, of who is speaking out and asking for this?
John, I base it on my evaluation of the situation. I watched the entire Planning Commission meeting. And I have talked to several of my neighbors about this, and to whom they understand how the law works and that it isn't going to resolve these issues. And they think that if you had a 3-bedroom house, then you're going to have 3 people in there no matter what rule you put in. And why set ourselves up for that? And also, there will be a lawsuit. I don't think John saying there may be a lawsuit is correct. I'm telling you there will be a lawsuit.
Well, that is your opinion.
Good, and that's
Okay.
John's opinion also.
Okay.
And I don't want to waste a lot of money on that,
No,
especially
wait a minute.
in the totality of how few
John,
additional
just-
student rentals are going to be,
Commissioner Nagel,
John.
I just want to clarify. I don't believe John Rice said, in his opinion, that there would be, with 100% certainty, a lawsuit. Is that right?
That's his opinion. John gave you his opinion.
Yeah, I just said it's
Okay.
more likely that.
It's more likely.
Yeah, it's more likely that
I
somebody
just want
might
to clarify,
challenge
because
it.
you said that
Right.
it was John Rice's opinion also,
Well,
and it's not.
The fact is, John, the reason I'm voting for it is because I know that most of these houses probably have 3 people in them. And we just spend the rest of our life trying to enforce a 3-bedroom house with 2 people in it. And we're going to have a constantly lose.
And-
It's going to be expensive and
But,
expensive and
but that
expensive.
argument doesn't hold water for me, because we know there are a lot of residents driving at 35 miles per hour and a 25 speed limit, and we're not going to change the speed limit signs to 35. We're going to keep them at 25, and we're going to enforce. We're going to get better enforcement.
And in fact, John, we currently can have 3 people in a rental home if 2 of them are no more than 2 unrelated.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes.
Yeah, we have a motion. It's been seconded. I will call the question.
You can't, you got to go public.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Public comment. How could I forget the most important part?
2, right? 3.
Good evening. My name's Colleen Price. I live at 352 Shimoni Road in St. David's. I went to all the planning commission meetings about this, and from what I understand, in any of our residential districts, you can't rent to more than 2 unrelated anywhere. So,
Yes, that's correct.
so this is a bonus round for students. Somehow, now you can get 3 in. I think that's what you're missing the point here. If you have a 3-bedroom house, you can't rent to 2 unrelated.
Well, we're going to change, we're looking at changing that for the regular.
No, that's been the law.
What's that?
It is the law. You can't do
2
that. It's
unrelated.
been the law. What
No.
you're doing is you're increasing it for students, and the whole point of this was to prevent an institutional atmosphere. I mean, it makes no sense to give them more students, more
Well, no.
people than you do
But
for,
I'm in favor of changing it for everyone.
okay, but that's not what's before you. So
No,
in
the
terms
students is
of,
before me. I can only deal with what's before me.
right, and
now.
if, and you couldn't have 3 professionals go live in a house with 3
And we should.
bedrooms
And
in
we
an
should, in
R.
my opinion.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So to go to 3 makes no sense, because it's contrary to what you're doing, and it seems to be increasing the wrong kind of influence in a residential neighborhood. And we've already had this exact same law on the books for 10 years. This is what the student licensing regulation has been. You can't be more than 1,000 feet together, you can't have more than 2 unrelated, and no one has challenged it. It's already been on the books for 10 years without a challenge. So acting like, somehow there's going to be, this onslaught of lawsuits, I don't see how that's going to happen. And if it's not defensible and you lose at the zoning hearing board, then you can change it. But by going up to 3 now, again, it's the bonus round. You're going to get a lot more people who are going to come out and try and rent, because they're stuck at 2 if they're going to rent to professionals. If they go to 3, they can get a student house. It's a lot better for them. And I think a lot of the people who already are existing in the student rental houses can come in and get a special exception. So saying that those existing 500, 600 units, whatever we have, are going to stay at 2 is not necessarily true. They can come in and get a special exception. They may have the off-street parking. They may have enough to qualify, and maybe they are going to jump to 3 across the board. So that's, for me, I really see no benefit for doing this for the residents other than increasing just a student population in a residential neighborhood, and I don't think that's the goal. It actually says in the ordinance that the goal is to prevent an institutional atmosphere in a residential zone, and I think that's a worthy goal. And then just my last point on that is there's one thing in there, and I don't know if it's still in there, there's an exception for fraternities and sororities. I don't think we have any in our R1 through R4 zone. I don't see any reason to make an exception for it. I don't know if it was a carryover from somebody else's ordinance, but I would hope that would be removed, because you don't want a fraternity start buying a bunch of houses in Garrett Hill, and because they're a fraternity, they can put in more than, I don't know how many people they could put in, and then they wouldn't have the 1,000-foot spacing. So those are my comments. Thank you.
John, if there's excuse me, an inconsistency where this says 3 and it says 2 elsewhere, how would that play into litigation risk?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What's the question, Kevin?
Well, Colleen says elsewhere in our ordinances, it talks about 2.
Right, and that's going to be taken out. That would have to be amended. The board moves forward with this, putting this ordinance in
So
zoning.
that's the syncing up that you talked about.
No,
earlier.
Colleen was talking about just rental housing.
Right.
Rental housing is no more than 2,
Right, right.
right,
The
unrelated.
student housing, though, will come out of the rental
Right.
ordinance, and it says now no more than 2 unrelated. So and Matt can speak to this, but there are student housing where they're cousins,
Right.
they're related by 10 degrees of,
But if it says 2 in one place, and I know they're slightly different, and it says 3 elsewhere, does that change any of your view on the litigation risk?
no.
Okay.
No, because a student house is a unique, the idea of restricting student housing, student homes, and we can debate 3 or 2, is to try to preserve the single-family character of the neighborhood. So other rental units are a different animal. Other non-student rental units, they'll continue to be regulated under Chapter 226.
Further public comment?
Sarah Pilling, 29 Garrett Avenue, and I'm the lucky Pierre that lives on a street where there are 20 home owner occupied and 20 rentals. I have a point of clarification. The current student housing that's in Garrett Hill, that's supposed to have 2, will they have to go before the zoning board in order to legally have 3?
Yes.
And at that point, they wouldn't necessarily have so a deterrent to their going would be the fact that they don't have any off-street parking, they don't have any of the buffering,
They're going to have to meet the requirements.
so they'll have to meet the requirements. Nevertheless, as I am currently living across the street from a house that is supposed to have 2 and has 4, and the owner has already been to court once and been fined $1,000, and we're about to go back at him because he's got 4, not 5. I think to go to 3 is ridiculous. Because if you go to 2, they're going to go to 3. If you go to 3, they're going to go to 5. And the biggest question in the whole mix is enforcement. And right now, we, the residents, take the pictures, get the pictures to the township, and that shouldn't have to be that way. You're not allowed to go in and count toothbrushes anymore. The resident has to do it. And it could take 6 months to a year, and after the year, that group's gone and the next group comes in. I really feel we need to have it at 2. I don't care whether you've got 3 bedrooms or not. I think it should be 2, and that was clearly what the Planning Commission came up with, and I believe I remember that that's what Delaware County said at the same time, because you are ruining the character of these neighborhoods. And I'm not was worried about Bill's ward and getting some. I'm more concerned about Ward 7. And we also know the housing stock is reducing because we know that Villanova is now beginning to desire to tear down the houses on the north side of Lancaster Pike, those small houses, and they're all going to go, so there's going to be more pressure to have more student housing. Thank you.
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I feel affected by this because it's a township-wide problem. And I hate to bring up something, but I think Ms. Price is right. I think maybe, it's a TV show. There's an overriding problem here with the fact that are you just encouraging the opposite? But what I really got up to say, and I think that needs a lot of attention. I'm kind of disappointed in the Planning Commission that was brought to their attention and kind of glossed it over, if I'm correct. Something they didn't gloss over and one commission member raised was the fact that the waiver for twins, am I wrong, or is that pretty much in totality going to prevent anyone who owns a twin from doing it ever again?
Correct. Right.
And I think that's a total affront to landowners. And I think especially, of course, if a landowner owned both halves of a twin. But in any case, I don't see any reason for that. You talk about people who might be upset about that. They could be as well. You talk about Sarah's block. I mean, how many of those houses, are any of those twins? just as an example. I mean, there's an ongoing need for twins because of to prevent that completely, you're going to encourage movement into R3s or R4s even, in my opinion. Thank you.
Pardon? Good evening. My name is George Brosman, representing Conestoga LLC, which is a property owner that would be affected by these regulations. There's been a lot of time spent talking about the 2 versus 3. I'm sure you wouldn't have a problem guessing that we would be in favor of the 3 and not the 2. I think there's been a lot of good arguments that I've heard with regard to that, so we'd ask you to consider that. I think it was stated that Lower Merion and Haverford and I think Tredyffrin recently adopted, and they went with a 3. I did watch some of the Planning Commission myself, and I did hear the economic argument. One thing to consider is whether that might backfire for a couple of reasons. If it does become so economically unviable, and I don't know that anybody was suggesting that, then would that make that more challengeable? And secondly, the student homes that you have and that you do want to go to this process, if they met all the requirements, if there was sufficient income coming in, that might incentivize keeping them up better than if there were 2. Maybe there would be less funds to do that. Hasn't been brought up. I just wanted to raise whether anybody would consider the definition of students does include graduate students. I've been involved in circumstances where there have been graduate students, not in this township, but in other townships. I've had those cases, and they do often include graduate students, so you would not be unique in that. But I've been in situations where even the neighbors have said, you know, these folks do live a different lifestyle than the undergraduates, and we would like them to be able to stay here, and they couldn't stay there because they didn't meet the requirements. So we'd ask you to consider that. Would you allow for graduate students, or maybe some special rules for graduate students? The other thing I picked up on was that there's a provision in here that says the rules that might apply for a college or university should also apply to the students living in there. I'm not sure if that's a good idea to have that in the zoning ordinance. I can understand the thought of why you would want it, but I was thinking if you had students from different campuses living in there and there were different rules, I could just see it becoming very hard to for the landlord to know, you know, what they should put in there, and then for the township to know what they should put in there. And probably a lot of the things from the universities go beyond what you would want to have in a zoning ordinance. And the final thing on my notes was the parking, especially if you're only allowing 2 students. I believe if I read it correctly, the student home has to provide all of the parking that the dwelling would have to provide, which I think is 2 in your ordinance, and then 2 more are required. So especially if you keep it at 2, then you're requiring 4 for this type of living arrangement, which would be double any other. For what it's worth, I think Lower Merion, which allows 3, has a parking requirement of 3, which is more than what they have for a single-family dwelling, which is 2. So would ask, and I know there'll be a hearing on this, but would ask that you consider some of those items as well, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Brosman, can you just clarify what properties, if I may ask, what properties Conestoga LLC owns in? Are they student rental houses, or are they other types of commercial properties?
I don't have that information. I was asked to speak about the student rentals.
And the reason I ask is just so I can understand your standing in this conversation and subsequent hearing.
Yeah, I don't think I have to demonstrate legal standing to make the comment.
No, you don't. You don't. No, I'm interested for the next hearing.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further public comment on the motion that's on the table?
2 to 3.
Moving, introducing this well, what is the motion? Could you restate the motion, Mr. Nagel?
It's the introduction of this and changing 2 to 3.
Just by way of procedure, I think
Sure.
it's an amendment, not a motion, correct?
That's right.
So there's an existing there's a motion, and then, John, you made an amendment for this, correct?
Yes, and then I assume, Bill, you,
So it's an amendment to section 280-115.2, subparagraph L.
Yes.
Any number of persons in excess of 2, you would suggest that be changed to 3, your motion to change that to 3.
yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Definition of student home also contains a
Yeah, you
maximum
gotta change
of
it there,
2.
too.
That would be in 280-4, so that your motion, John, would include that as well?
Yes, a maximum of 3.
You ready to vote, John?
I'm making sure that we have, we're wordsmithing an ordinance right now. We're trying to do what the planning commission did over a longer period of time. I want to make sure we get it right.
While he's looking at that, I only see 2 parking spots required here. You said there were 4?
No,
2
in
pavement.
addition to those otherwise required for a single bill. Page 5.
Just those others.
Yeah, it's item N.
Let me ask if you,
So
for,
that's right, in addition, it says in addition to, so my read is that a single-family dwelling needs 2, no matter whether it would be a student home. And then this, if I'm reading it correctly, says that you should have 2 more if it is a student home.
and
which
for a
would bring it to
regular
4.
single-family home, John Rice, the parking be in front? Is that what the thinking was?
Matt, where is that currently required?
For parking? No, parking cannot be located in the front yard setback.
Yeah.
So this is requiring a student has to have 4 spots behind or adjacent to the house?
That's correct.
Why would you have 4 spots and have all that paving if it was permitted just to have 2 people or 3 people living there?
I'll respond to that. In practice, what we see is many of the student rentals not only have the tenants who are on the lease, but they have their mates sleeping over, and we have 4 cars instead of 2. So I think this is pretty well thought out.
There's always a lot of visitors
A lot of visitors.
at these
Yeah.
student homes. I think Matt can confirm that, 4 or 5 cars. So those visitors, they're not on the lot, they're going to be in the street somewhere.
Yeah, and that's consistent with trying to maintain the single-family home nature.
Well, how can you have any of these with 4 parking spots?
If a house has a 2-car garage, then you have 4 parking spots.
There are plenty of driveways in this township that can accommodate 4, 5, 6 cars.
Well, these are parking spaces.
Driveway accommodates 3.
These are parking spaces, which have to be 9.5 by 18. They're not driveways, 4 cars lined up in a driveway.
All right, well, we have a motion on the table. It's been seconded to amend this ordinance. Any further commissioner comment? Any further public comment? Okay, I'll put it to question. All those in favor of the amendment that's on the table, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? Aye. Nay, thank you. The motion fails 5-2. Do I have a motion to introduce this ordinance as it's stated? and set the
We already
public
have
hearing.
I think that one's already been made, hasn't it?
That one was made?
Yeah, that was the
Okay.
first one.
So the amendment fails. The original motion to set the public hearing for March 14th is now under question. Those in favor of that, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Okay, I believe the motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Yeah, you can go on. Thank you.
Very good. Procedural question for item X. Are we making a motion for specifically for the portion of what you provided us called Second Amendment to Declaration of Covenants, page 1, 2, and 3? So not just the spirit of the actual, we're motioning the actual
Correct.
declaration. Very good.
Correct.
So I motion to amend the Declaration of Covenants KMO-361 Realty Associates LLC for St. David Shopping Center.
Second?
It's been moved and second. Any commissioner comment?
Just, how does this play out into our business privilege tax? Do they build this new building and they rent it, we get more money?
Sure. They're going to need to file a land development plan. This restriction will be removed, but they'll file a land development plan, assuming that goes through, gets approved.
How does that actually, do we get a double dip on the rental income and the transactions that occur in the building?
Not sure. We can look into that, though, Kevin.
Am I understanding that whatever we decide to do, that in 2016, these covenants would be lifted anyway, right?
Correct.
So this is a 5-year pre-decision.
John, I'm curious, or Bob, maybe someone can help us. It was only 1 year ago that we last revised this.
No, that was the restaurant.
But we revised the covenants.
Yeah.
And actually, there was a lot of public input when we considered that, right? So I was just curious, there's like nothing. I haven't heard anything from anyone on, so I was just, and here they are back. Are they going to be back next year with something else?
I think given the economics of the time and the development, I mean, you have representatives here this evening, be more than sure they'll be happy to speak to those.
Yeah, would you please come up and
concerns.
speak to that?
Can I just ask quickly before we hear, is there any kind of notice to the neighbors with something like this?
No.
So the neighbors would have no idea this was happening?
Not until a land development plan would be filed, and then that would go through the normal
And this,
planning process.
this would still have to be followed up by a
we're
land
just
development plan.
Seeking to get through to the process where we can actually move on to land development.
Would you please
Can you
identify
please
yourself?
state your name?
My name's Ryan Guheen. I'm with representative of KMO 361 Realty, the managing agent.
But this building is proposed to go basically where Friel parks a lot of his trucks often, right? If I understand it, it's right at the, you're coming off Lancaster, it's right at the corner by the light, right?
Right, by the light. Within the setback, meeting all of the existing land use parameters of the zone.
John, does this have to go to planning commission for recommendation?
No, this is an agreement, basically, that's of record. You can send it there if you want to, but it's an agreement of record. It's a deed restriction on the property, which is between the landowner and the township. The only issue that I talked to Mr. Brosman today about this, I suppose it'll come up during the land development process, but, you're going to add 5,000, new 5,000 square foot building, and you're going to add another 5,000 square feet onto that Block C. So has anybody done any analysis? What's that do to the impervious surface? What's that do to the parking requirements?
Yeah, go ahead.
We have a preliminary engineered plan, and we matched the plan to the existing parameters.
Hey, Jim, would you put the overhead on?
Of the zone, and based on our preliminary calculations, the addition does not violate any of the existing zoning criteria. And I think George, our expert, can speak more on that.
And actually, before you do that, could you talk about the last time you were here, if you can?
I'm actually brand new to the company, but I can try to
Well,
channel back to that
I think what would help me to get a sense of what you wanted last time you were here, what we...
The lawyer can do that, yeah.
Yeah, and what we changed, and what has changed materially on your end that's bringing you here again to ask for this change in the covenant?
I
Just
can
so we
try
have a
to
good sense.
do that quickly.
Yeah, for the public too. 'Cause I think
Sure.
it's, yeah,
For the
very
record, I'm George Brosman, representing KMO, who brought this forward. Let me back up just to give you some background. In around 1991, when the site got redeveloped, when the B. Altman store, after the B. Altman store had closed down, that building was sort of a white elephant, I guess, having been a department store. They came in and they put in the Gennardis up on the upper level, and they broke it into sub-uses. And at that time, it's my understanding that they built the where the Micro Center is, and they built, I call it the 10,000 square foot building, which is here. That got land development approval at that time, and there were covenants put into place, the ones that we're seeking to amend, that went for a period of 25 years. The crux of the covenants, there were about 5 or 6 items. The one that brings us here tonight basically said that no additional square footage over 219,000 square feet, which is what the plan for the redevelopment was. The main Gennardis building, the Micro Center building, and the 10,000 square foot building, that there should be no additional square footage added for this 25-year period. And then there were some other requirements. Basically what happened then, which I was not involved in, nor was Ryan, I think sometime last year there was a request within the 10,000 square foot building to put a restaurant, to allow for a restaurant use in there. One of the covenants was there could be no restaurants, and also that restaurant could be allowed to serve alcohol, which was a covenant. And I believe the way it was amended was in this 10,000 square foot building that you granted permission for a 5,000 square foot restaurant that could serve alcohol, that could go in there. Apparently before these folks from the company, there was a lot of turnover at the company. They just haven't been able to lease that space. In the meantime, Ryan, who's with me, who's new to the company, has been looking at the center, and they see an opportunity to add a little more square footage. The covenant is written up to be 10,000 square feet, which would be about a 4.5% increase over the 219. And we have done a preliminary zoning analysis. We believe that the plan would comply, but I think the important thing is that if you approve amending the covenant, all you're really allowing us to do as a practical matter is to come in and file for land development. And then all we were really asking to do is to build it before 2016. Because we think we could build it after 2016. We'd have to go through the land development process then as well. As far as impervious, you can see that much of the addition to the 10,000 square foot building is being built over parking. The same thing with the proposed bank pad being built over parking, and you can see some green added. This is only a concept plan. We'd have to file a land development, but it's showing impervious is actually about the same, maybe even slightly less. There's quite a large parking surplus on the premises. Well, all that would come out and be analyzed by Dan Malloy and Matt Bauman at land development. But the land development plans are quite a process to do, to prepare. They have to be engineered, and there's an expense to that they don't really feel they can do unless they have the covenant adjusted, because they could go through the land development and find out, well, the board isn't willing to change the covenant at this time.
I think we probably should go to the planning commission and get some public input before we make a decision. Dan, if we go to the planning commission, you send out notices to the neighbors? No. Or just put on the agenda?
Well, I'd have to refer to Mr. Rice on that, because that's a little unusual for what the planning commission would do.
All right, well, why don't the planning commission, I will notify St. David's Park, they're the ones most affected by it. So they can come out and have any comments.
We would have to go through that process with land development, so.
I know, but the thing is, you know, if you think you can do land development, then you can do it.
Well,
So-
you has to be reviewed and approved, of course.
I know, but the neighbors can't come out and say you can't do this.
I've
If you
never
follow-
seen them be stopped from
I
saying.
guess the
if you
question
follow all
really
the-
is are we
Yeah.
required to approve this, or do we have discretion?
With this, Mr. Mahoney, I think you have discretion. It's a covenant.
Right, so I think what Bill is asking
yeah.
for is input from the
Yeah.
planning
Yeah.
commission so we can
We should get
determine whether
input
or
from
not
the
to
planning commission. I
exercise
should notify
our
St. David's
discretion.
Park
Okay.
and give them a copy of this so that then they can review it, and they can come and speak to the planning commission and to the commissioners on what their thoughts are.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting that's
It's
incorrect.
almost like going through a sketch plan phase,
Sure.
it seems, something like that.
Sure.
Could-
I mean, some neighbors care about this, or this covenant wouldn't have been put in. And those neighbors or neighborhood, if they're still there, they're relying on the fact that they have 5 more years. So I think it's only fair that we have some sort of notification, even if it's just at the planning commission, so that they can weigh in on whether that 5 years makes a big difference to them.
Just out of curiosity, and it's honestly, you know, if you don't feel like answering the questions, they're more curiosity. Do you have a tenant lined up if you build that bank?
We'd like to line up a tenant, but given that the covenant is in place right now, when
Would
the
you-
tenant goes to do their due diligence, they see the covenant in place. And it's,
Would you line up the tenant
prohibitive.
before you build?
I would hope to do that.
Because one of the things that's always perplexed me is the quantity of banks that we have running along Lancaster Avenue in an era of electronic banking. So I'm kind of curious, if you don't lease that, what other uses would it be put to?
I feel confident that it'll be used as a bank.
Okay.
All right, well, why don't we refer this to the planning commission and take it back to its recommendation?
So you're
And
gonna move the
Dan, if
table?
you-
Could you again, actually, Bill, can I just ask for a little clarification? I must have been looking at my drawing when you pointed out the changes. Could you just point to the drawing again and tell us where this proposed structure would be?
Well, just bear in mind, it's a concept plan, but what we have on the
Understand.
concept plan is, here's Lancaster Avenue on the top of the plan. So there are now 2 access points I'm sure you're very familiar with. This is, there's one light here, so you come up behind the back of the 10,000 square foot building. And then there's the other access point that goes between, I call it the Micro Center building here, and where the Gennardi's is here. So the proposed freestanding building would be kind of in the middle of the property here, right next to the entrance that eventually goes between the Micro Center building and the main building. And then the other proposed is just an addition over here where I'm pointing to the 10,000 square foot building. That's the 2 things that we're looking to come in with a land development plan for.
And currently, I would assume that all the parking here is required for the current use?
Now, there's quite a large parking surplus.
Okay.
We looked at the plans from 1991, and there's quite a large surplus. And on this concept plan, you know, it would have to be refined at land development, but we're showing a pretty large surplus. You know, there's certainly enough to support these 2 small, well, 1 small building and 1 small addition. But that would have to be reviewed at land development as well.
And they're both going on parking lot areas, and then you're going to be required stormwater management for those buildings, Dan? And are you greening any
It's
areas?
reconstruction of impervious. That's what the ordinance calls for. They would have to do stormwater because it's reconstruction of impervious.
Yeah, we'd have to do stormwater even though impervious probably wouldn't increase. And yeah, there's going to be additional green around here. But again, we have to develop that plan. This is a concept that we put together to come to talk to you about this because we thought we should show you something to have this discussion.
Okay.
Well, I've moved to table the motion, refer the matter to the planning commission, and ask for their recommendations back to the board.
Second?
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further commissioner comment?
Is that a hardship in any way on your plans?
We'd like to move forward more quickly than more slowly. Obviously, we want to do everything in the interest of the township to follow the procedures. And if this is the procedural
We have
normality.
to get resident input.
If this
We
is the
give them
procedural
opportunity.
normality, we're certainly willing to go through that process, cooperate.
Okay, any further public comment on this issue?
Thanks. So we will get a notice, or we'll just expect to go to the next planning commission?
Dan, you'll set that up for them to appear before the planning commission?
Yes, February 7th. I'll get it on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
So in theory, it could be
And-
back here on the 14th.
Can I get a picture of this to give to St. David's Park?
Sure. Would you like the plan? Is that?
Or a little one.
Well, Dan could copy one. Did you have a copy of this, Dan?
We can provide an 8.5 and a
Okay, yeah, if you can get a copy.
And we can email it as well.
You can get it to Dan, he'll get it to me.
That's no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, there's still public comment on this. Mr. Schneller?
Thank you for your consideration.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I was wondering if there's any way you could have a public hearing, because it is rather a severe change. I know it's just a covenant, and the planning commission is certain to hash out some issues, but they're going to hash it out the next time, so maybe it'd be good to get some original ideas from the public at a hearing. I only say this because the character of the mall will be changed absolutely, completely, for aesthetic reasons, and I think also for traffic reasons. And Lancaster Pike on that particular block is not in need of any deprovement. And the fact that a restaurant's been permitted we could get a 1, 2, 3 whammo, and I'm all for the malls doing better.
Yeah.
But if you could, I think a hearing would be more conducive to public input, because otherwise people will say, well, the planning commission is not
Well, it'll be at the planning commission, it'll be at a commissioners meeting. That's 2 public meetings it's going to be at, and it's already been at 1.
Yeah, I don't know if the planning code allows. John Rice, could you just comment on the requirements? Do we have any SALDO requirements for this type of a change?
Action on a covenant?
No, not on the covenant, but on the actual plan that they're going to submit.
Well, that's different. We're not
Yeah,
doing that.
the land development
Yeah.
plan will be
Yeah.
vetted at the public meeting. There's no,
Okay.
I mean, it's a public meeting. It's not a public hearing with a court reporter and,
Right.
which I would call that a public hearing. So, I mean, it's going to happen in front of the planning commission. If they're going to look at the covenant, that's going to be at an advertised public meeting too. So anyone that wants to come in, Bill's going to give notice to some residents. We can give notice to who's ever close by.
And the reason we're considering this is because it's economic development.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
understand.
it's
Okay, I
gonna
just want to
happen in the
clarify for the
future,
public
you know.
that they'd have an opportunity to hear this, and I think
I
that.
don't think the land development vote here is conducive to public enthusiasm.
We're not doing a land development.
We'll
Because
only
that
be
final
voting,
time will, you know.
Mr. Schneller, we'll only be voting on the covenant, and we will advertise that in our agenda, and we will allow public comment on that
Great.
covenant change if we decide, to do that. So I appreciate your comment. Any further public comment? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to table this and send this to the planning commission for comment. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? None opposed, motion carries 7-0. And Commissioner Curley, do you?
Yes, the last item is I motion that we authorize RFQs for municipal software for community development and engineering.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any staff comment on this item? Matt, would you like to?
I'd just like to comment real quick, Commissioner Fisher. The purpose of this RFP is a couple of reasons why, but primarily community development and engineering. We've been using the same software that's been designed and built in-house. It's done a good job, but it's really served its purpose, and it's time to get something more modern to help us. I've outlined some issues and some areas where it will help us, and briefly, it'll keep track of and record permits better, subdivision and land developments and requests for services, due dates, and follow-up tasks. It'll allow us feasibly to add digital pictures and associated documents via point and click. And also for the code inspectors, we envision them to be able to use pads and tablets in the field for code enforcement, and also to update immediately so they don't have to come back to the office and update it. So it's really a savings of time there. That's really the purpose of this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ballman.
Matt, is this the item in our capital budget that's called Community Development Software? Is that what this envisioned?
That's correct.
And this is along the lines, last March you gave us a memo about a particular type of software. This is what you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay.
Any further staff comment? I'm sorry, Commissioner comment? Any public comment?
Hi, Jim Schneller, St. David's. I was hoping maybe you could table this or vacate it completely. I know it's a tough year economically. I don't think there's been any predictions for 2011 to
Jim,
be.
there's no commitment to buy this. It's a request for a
This is just an
proposal.
RFQ to see what it costs. And we may come to that.
I hate to see that step made, though, because to even expend 1 hour's employee time is going to add momentum, and I don't think this belongs in the budget. I know there's been capital money allayed, but this would be a good one to save on.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, any further public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. That's it for Community Development. Parks and Recreation, Commissioner Nagel.
The first item on the, under Parks and Recreation is an introduction of the Agnes Irwin Schools Radnor Memorial Park Development Proposal. And Tammy, I assume you'll speak to this?
Sure. The Agnes Irwin School has submitted a proposal for the development possibility at Radnor Memorial Park, which would include the construction of an artificial turf field. This proposal actually has been reviewed by the Parks and Recreation Board back in December, and it was supported unanimously. Tonight, there are representatives here from the Agnes Irwin School, Kathy Shortell, the athletic director, and Nick Cornelia, their attorney. They are going to step to the podium and give a little bit more of a feedback and an outline on what this would exactly entail.
Before they do that, is there anything with regard to the land development agreement between the township and the school district which would prevent this, Tammy, to your knowledge?
Nothing to my knowledge.
So I know there was some discussion, I think agreements, Bill, correct me if I'm wrong,
No, this,
for the school district to utilize that field during certain hours.
It was the parking lot, Hank.
it's the parking
Was
lot.
it
not
just
the
the
And that
parking
would still
lot?
continue.
Okay. All right.
Also, if you remember, this was part of the old Sun track that we were given
Right.
both sides of the street.
The old
and that's-
helicopter site.
That's how we even evolved into the school district.
Okay, you were on Park and Rec at that
Yep.
time. Okay.
Nicholas Cornelia, representing Agnes Irwin. Also here is Chip Clothier, who's chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Agnes Irwin, and Kathy Shortell, who's the athletic director. Just a brief overview. I think you're all aware of that field. I think it was a helipad site going back in history. And then for some reason, I don't know who, but someone stored salt on that field. And since salt was stored on that field, it's been very difficult to grow grass and really use it as an effective athletic field. Currently, it is used, I know, by a soccer club and by the lacrosse program to some extent. But again, I believe there's a great expense that could be involved very shortly in order to put that field in a grass situation back into a playable condition. What Agnes Irwin is proposing is entering into a long-term lease agreement with the township where they would develop the field, a turf field. They would use it right after school from 3 to 6, 3 to 5:30, whatever it is determined, for their athletic program. They would use it infrequently in the evening, but also would install lights. The purpose of the lights, obviously, is for the township to have the use of the field when Agnes Irwin is not using it. So the township use of the field would be after Agnes Irwin is completed with their afternoon recreational facilities. It would be for lacrosse, field hockey, and soccer. The township would then have the use of it, and then with the lights, obviously, would have extended use of it if need be also. During the weekends, again, infrequently, Agnes Irwin would use it. The township would have access to the field on weekends as well as the township youth groups. And the same during the summer. There would be probably some summer camps that Agnes Irwin would run. Outside of the summer camps, then the township would have the use of the field as well. You know, it looks like it would be a win-win for everyone involved. We have a field that's not in good condition. Agnes Irwin would develop it. In addition to develop, would maintain it. And not only would they maintain the field, but they also would maintain the rest facilities, the parking lot, and all the maintenance involved at that site. So that would relieve the township of the responsibility for that maintenance, and it would be the responsibility of Agnes Irwin. Now, I know there's an area there that Park and Rec, or Tammy was talking about, I believe, as you're driving up King of Prussia going north before you hit Massenfor on the right-hand side, there's some trees the township takes care of. And I think there's a planning and things of that nature. I think when the school was developed, that was part the township would agree to maintain that area there as trees and things of that nature, and that would continue. But outside of that, everything would be the responsibility of Agnes Irwin to maintain it, and certainly the school would still have the use of the parking lot on an as-needed basis. So that's really the short overview. I think where we would like to go this evening is some direction that Mr. Rice and I start negotiating a lease, or it gets referred back to Park and Rec to start negotiating some terms of this. Obviously, everything has not been hashed out yet, you know, but really we're looking for, hopefully, an avenue to move forward on it. Agnes Irwin would like to do this as quickly as possible. So if we were able to work out a lease arrangement within a month, Agnes Irwin would intend to have that field actually playable and usable for the spring season.
Well, I have a few comments, Rick. You know, first, I think we need to vet this more in public, but I think the concept has some merit, and we would need to better understand the cost offsets. But I think it's completely inappropriate to lease public land to a private institution for $1 a year that includes an option to buy. So I think the guidance I would offer to Mr. Zinkowski and the folks is there needs to be some rental income generated from this. I happen to check and know that, now I know it's a high-quality facility, I think they have turf, but that YSC building is renting fields for $200 an hour. So
Yeah, Kevin, yeah, part of this one, remember, Agnes Irwin, the initial outlay is going to be about $1 million
I understand.
for renovation of the field and the installation of lights. Now, if you're going to charge Agnes Irwin rent,
Then, you know what?
don't have
Build it on their facility. You know, this, I mean, I don't
Yeah,
mean to be
Kevin, but
facetious on that.
this is a win-win situation. This is a situation where
It's a public subsidy for a private
Let
institution.
us debate that, not you.
Yeah, Nick, I think the board, this is.
I don't mind that he debates me. I mean,
No, but
I have no
wait,
issue with
I
that.
don't want to say I disagree with you in public. We're supposed to be nice.
No,
This is the
we'll
new year,
have
right?
plenty.
You can disagree with me in public. I have no
And
issue
I
with
actually
that. I'm
agree with
used
Kevin
to
in some
it.
ways, I think what I heard was too, I mean, this is the first we're doing this in public, talking about this. This has only been on our radar since our packets came out, you know, we had heard about this idea, but this is the first time something's in writing. I think it would be helpful for us to get this on the agenda at the next meeting, and in the meantime, the public has a chance to, you know, to come out, because I think, you know, this is a big deal. This is a big deal, you know, a lot of questions in terms of, you know, do we want to enter into a lease? What's the value? What's the benefit? What's the cost benefit? Certainly, you know, there's some value in it for the township residents, and especially the youth sports leagues. There's a lot of benefit there. But I think if we, you know, if we get into a long debate about this tonight, we can certainly talk about it. But I'm just trying to keep the movement of the meeting, and this, to me, seems like at least a 1 or 2 hour discussion. I just can't imagine us, you know, resolving it in the next
But
hour.
why don't we have them sit down and come up with some kind of a agreement, a working agreement that we can present to the public and talk about publicly, rather than just keep talking about concept.
Well, and I agree, and but what I'd like to do is expand that, because right now I only have one option before me, and it's not a bad option. It's just one option, and I like options, and as you know, as most people have already said, they don't want to see the sale of any township property, but I would like to see that as an option. Is what would happen if we, could see that as an option. Selling this land to Agnes Irwin and having them do this, and still maybe have some reciprocal agreement where we get to use it when you're not using it. And I'm not saying I'm advocating for that. I'm going to make that clear. I'm not advocating the sale of any township land. But to me,
Yes, you
in
are.
business, well, Bill, but in business, if I only had one option every day, I wouldn't go to work. It would be,
No,
it
you
would
have
be
two
pointless.
options. You have another option, which is not to do anything.
Well,
Continue
so
the way we are.
we have three options. We have the third, we have three options here. We have one is we could enter into a lease. The second option is that we could look at the sale of the property to anyone for that matter. And then the third option is do nothing. So, unless we see all those options as a palette, I can't see that I'd be satisfied. But I'm speaking for me. It's one of seven.
Well, John,
Can
this
I-
was thoroughly discussed at a Parks and Rec meeting.
That's great.
And I would like to see us ask Mr. Zinkowski to direct Mr. Rice to work with them for at least the shell of an agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And I already have some things that I would like to see there. First of all, I don't think it was asking for the sale of the property at the end. I think it was a right of first refusal.
Yeah, that's,
If
But
the township
I think-
decided to sell.
Right, I think 29 years. is
Usually
enough.
you get compensated for an option.
Yeah, okay, wait a minute, Ken.
Not a buck.
Right. 29 years, I believe, is inappropriate. I would like to see 15 and maybe an automatic 15 if, everything's been working fine, a second 15 or something. And I would also like to see something in here about, at the time of the termination of the contract, that there's a certain amount of life left in the facility, maybe 5 years at least. And then I would also, as far as the provision for any income generated by outside groups, I want those outside groups scheduled and approved by the township. But I think it's a fantastic deal. And then once we have something we can start beating around, I could see having a Parks and Rec committee of the board have a hearing on it, and then bring it back here.
I would like to reiterate that there was a pretty extensive discussion about this at Parks and Rec, and you're all free to, it's still on the website, you can watch it. And they did start to vet out some of the terms, and Parks and Rec Board did add some terms that they wanted to see in here. So in my opinion, we are ready to start drafting an agreement. Not certainly sign one, but we're ready to start drafting it. I don't really see that there are three different in fact, one of the options, just doing nothing, we did discuss it at Parks and Rec, and that was, we talked through, can you still use this field at all? And the numbers that were thrown around were, yes, but it costs about $25,000 a year to take care of it, to make it even somewhat playable and not even playable well. So I don't really see that as a good option. And we can put that on the list of items to sell. I don't think that's a realistic option at all. So I would prefer to go with the most realistic option. I think this is a fabulous opportunity for us. As far as the fee, I would be perfectly happy to take the investment, monitor the investment that the school makes and amortize that and make that their payment. If they put $1 million, $2 million into this, and they have a 20-year lease or a 25-year lease, how much is that per year? I think that's a pretty good deal.
And how much they have to pay to maintain it.
Right. So, I don't see this as giving property away. I see this as improving
I
an asset.
disagree with that, but you're entitled to your opinion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
If I may, and
Zinkowski.
I've been listening to the discussion here, I think this is a very good opportunity for the township to start partnering in very creative ways to improve our property without expending a lot of money. I think when we look at that particular area with the maintenance costs and the problems that exist within that field area, to partner with someone in which they're taking the full risk, putting the expense out, is something we should look at. The issue when we get into is we should get input from this, we should get public input on here. Basically, we're having public opinion polls. And I think basically the Board of Commissioners are elected to represent the residents, and you have the facts and you have the information. But I think we got to start moving these things along, because I think if we sit here and we wait and get input on every single thing we decide, we'll get nothing done, and we'll continue to go backwards. So the issue is here, I think you've got a very good I think you've got a very good opportunity to do something here. I think what you need to do is authorize John Rice to work with Agnes Irwin, with Nick here, to come up with an agreement with the parameters of that, and then discuss that. You've had that conversation at the Parks and Rec Board, which, again, I think that they have a role And I think those are some of the things that you have a lot of these boards and commissions to do work, provide input, and provide recommendations. Well, if we're going to start ignoring a lot of their input and recommendations, then why do we even have those groups there? And I think there's probably a frustration on their part, too. So as part of this, I think we need to start moving this along. And this is a very good way to begin this process. Again, for us to have $1 million to make improvements to that field, I would have to believe that would be on the lowest end of the priority list. But here again, with the amount of athletes that we have in this community that participate in these programs, and all the different sports groups and organizations, to have an improved field at no cost to us and be very creative of how we approach that, I think that's a very winning situation. I think we should get those details worked out between the solicitor and between Nick and Agnes Irwin here, and then bring that agreement back where then you could start having that dialogue and conversation of what needs to take place.
I'd like to move that we authorize staff to draft an agreement with Agnes Irwin for the improvement and lease of Memorial Field.
Second?
I think, Bob, I will disagree with your assertion that we have the information. I don't disagree with the proceeding with the discussions. Based on what I have in front of me, there's nothing that tells me about the cost to offset on maintenance. There's nothing that tells me about what fair compensation is for rental properties of that nature. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to go behind this as it goes forward.
And I agree with you, and that's why I think the terms of the negotiating and that, and I would rather not, I think on behalf of the township, negotiate contracts or lease agreements in the public without having the opportunity to.
I'm with you. I'm okay with that,
have
proceeding
those.
with the
Sure.
discussion, but I
Sure.
think these are things that need to be taken into consideration, that you shouldn't be essentially donating, and there's a difference of opinion.
I would also, as part of your motion, suggest that Agnes Irwin reimburse you for your costs. I don't know what that would be, but you have a professional services agreement. Dan may need to do something. There should be a plan as an exhibit to any lease. I've already talked to Nick Cornelia on some aspects of this, but this is a request from Agnes Irwin, and I think it makes some sense for them to cover the township's cost.
Nick, what's the life of the field?
About 12 years right
Yeah,
now.
so, why don't we do it in 12-year increments, 3 12-year increments? Let's be creative and
Yeah,
do it.
we've talked
put
about the
together.
terms
All right.
of lease, but
All
yeah,
right,
we're
we got a motion on the
So
floor.
I have one item, though.
Well, we still have Commissioner comment. Commissioner Curley, go ahead.
I think there's a technical item that we need to resolve, is that we don't know the condition of these fields at the end, and it could be a capital project to return a used turf field to usable condition.
Yeah, Don, I think I mentioned that it has to have a minimum of like 5 years. I
Yeah.
think we need that kind of criteria in the lease.
Okay.
Clarify that?
Similar, but for me, it has to be just, there should be a return condition. We should get a grass field at the end so that we can develop it in any way we want. Because
Well, that's something that's
Yeah.
negotiable.
That-
I don't
yeah,
know
it-
if
it-
it's doing a grass
It would
field.
need to be
We can
bonded
negotiate.
as well.
yes,
I brought this
that's
up.
an alternative,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, we need to have, the site whatever condition it is in now, it needs to be returned to us in that same condition.
Oh, my God. I
Or
hope
we
not.
need to know.
Don, that would be return, okay.
No,
it's
but we
all-
don't know that yet, Nick.
Yeah, I-
Because we don't know if it's a $300,000 project to restore a turf field or a $30,000 one.
Could
So
I
I'm-
suggest that the
Yeah.
commissioners send Bob and I all your comments
Yeah,
about what
okay,
you would
yeah.
want us, instead of doing it here,
Yeah,
just,
yeah, that's
term, price,
Nick,
et cetera.
Okay.
does Agnes Irwin have any interest in acquiring this property?
But the,
I'm asking.
The board doesn't have any interest in
I think
selling
John
it.
and I kind of mentioned that at one time, and
I understand, there may
about
not be the will of the
Agnes
board,
Irwin
but I'm just
purchasing
curious.
That property was
actually.
gifted.
I think you may have had to look into something if.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a sale would be possible of this
No.
property.
That
There's-
property was gifted to us.
There's
John.
some, right, without going through probably orphans court.
Okay, is Steve restricted in some way?
Yeah, there's a deeded and donated act that the Supreme Court has said applies to almost any type of property if it's been deeded or donated. I have the deeds. I think, Nick, you've done a title search. There's some restrictions of record that I haven't looked at yet, but there's at least something of record that limits that to parkland.
Yeah.
So, but I would suggest that you're probably not going to be able to sell that without going through some other step down the road, which would
Okay.
be a petition to the court and then making the case that it's no longer useful for township purposes.
All right, I'm in favor of staff developing, John Rice and Bob Zinkowski meeting and developing a draft lease agreement. And I do agree with Commissioner, the Commissioner's comments to this point. In addition to returning the field to a natural condition, I would like to see that lease agreement have some type of a bond requirement, so that if at any point, something falls apart in that relationship, we could in fact pay to have if we wanted to pay to have that field removed and restored. One of my concerns is with the crumb rubber, and it is at some point not going to be something you can just put out in the trash. So,
And Bob, I'm sorry, John, I thought you were finished.
Sorry?
I thought you were finished. I was going to ask Bob.
No, I'm finished.
I would like to see drafts along the way. I don't need to see necessarily every draft. But what I find problematic is sometimes we get finished products dropped on us, and it's too late to, it's almost like sending it back. So I want to see drafts along the way, and I don't need to necessarily see every iteration, but I think we need to see, updates, et cetera, so that we can comment on it as it evolves, and not the end product only.
It's fine. Is the motion?
That's, yeah, we're going to have public comment. Any more commissioner comment? Any more staff comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment.
Chip Layfield, Wayne. There may be a different way to look at this issue. If you're willing to separate, the township's willing to separate itself from that property, which involves the school district. The school district, in its goals for this year, is going to resolve the orphan properties that they have in many of your wards, Tennell Field, the unused land at Ithan. The problem is that those properties aren't contiguous to the school. This lot is. There may be an opportunity to swap out North Wayne Field for this field, and no cost to the taxpayers, and then the school district could go into an arrangement with them. I think I would move slowly into going to an agreement. I think there's several ways to look at this problem and find opportunity. Thanks.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'll try and be succinct here. I'm here speaking as a taxpayer. I've been in the township for almost 40 years, paying taxes for 34. I have a granddaughter who attends Archbishop Carroll High School. This property is in the front yard of Archbishop Carroll, and I know when someone wants to put an addition on their house, they have to go to the zoning hearing board, and neighbors receive notice that something is happening. My question here is, has Radnor given notice to Carroll that this is underway?
No, but I hope that Carroll can rent it at appropriate times.
Well,
and I'm sure they'll be happy to do so.
Mr. Osborne, I think that is certainly something that should happen in this diligence step that we're taking.
Well, I
agree that anyone affected by this should be given notice in some way, whether it's a letter.
I'm not speaking for Carroll. I don't know anything about it. Whether they're in a position to do anything, it's not a wealthy school. However, O'Hara down the road built a stadium down there with artificial turf field through their parents, came up with the money to do it. I mean, here we're charging $1 a year, and that's going to come to slightly over $30,000 a year when you amortize this $1 million investment. That's not a whole lot of money. I would suggest that the two schools be allowed to invest in this, and say to both come up with $750,000, and there's $500,000 to the township. This is a public-private partnership. And it's happening all over the country. I don't have much more to say than that, but I think they should have notice. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob Miklas, representing the Radnor Athletic Association. All of our groups, including soccer and lacrosse, are strongly in favor of this development. We think Agnes Irwin has been very good to our community programs, and in fact, our basketball program has used their gymnasiums for many years without any cost. So they've been very good neighbors, they've been very good to our community programs, and I think they come to us in very good faith and are a very good neighbor in supporting our programs. And I think we ought to take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Bob, 1 second. Do you say that Agnes Irwin doesn't get paid anything for the use of those gymnasiums?
Yeah, I think it's about 15 years, maybe more, that we've been using them.
And how many hours per season do we use their gyms? I know there's 2 of them.
Well, we use both of them pretty much all day on Saturdays, and then we use both of them almost every night of the week.
Thank you.
Colleen Price again from St. David's. I had a question that kind of, guess is sort of similar to yours. I think under the zoning code, they are a planned institution, and accessory uses like an athletic field, it specifically says an athletic field, is not permitted unless it's contiguous to their property. So if they want to do it, I think they do need to go to the zoning hearing board to get relief, and maybe that's a good place for them to go so that you can have someone who really kind of understands the whole parameters of how this works in terms of traffic and parking. Because I know my daughters went to Radnor Elementary, and when we had big events there, I had to go over there to park. I don't know what that does in terms of our zoning. I don't know what the relationship is between Radnor Elementary and the corporate center next to it, but I know we are not allowed to park in the corporate center, and there are real stringent rules about where we have to go, and if we're giving up our parking lot, I think that's something that really should be reviewed. I think it does have to go to the zoning hearing board, and I was a little alarmed by any income that's generated by outside groups. I certainly don't think that they should have the right to basically sublease the property. And again, it could be rented to colleges, which is sort of the whole idea of our planned institution zoning code, is you have to keep all your stuff together, your fields, your dorms, your parking lot, should all be with your academic buildings. Thank you.
Colleen, just a question though. If we were to use that same logic, we would have to kick St. Cat's off Devon or wherever they play, right?
No, we're just leasing them. They're not,
Yeah,
owning. They
I mean,
can't own them, you know?
right.
We'll
That's
move it
the
on.
thing.
Any further public comment? Okay.
May I
at this-
interrupt? And this is John Osborne again. I just wanted to add that my granddaughter is a resident of Radnor Township. I failed to mention that.
Thank you. At this point, we have a sense of the board. I think the board is in favor of staff taking a.
Well, there is a motion on the floor.
And we have a motion. Okay, so all those in favor of having staff review this, and John Rice draft proposal.
Yeah, okay.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Under Parks and Rec, Parks and Rec Department's now accepting job applicants for the summer camps. You can visit the township website, radnor.com, and look under Parks and Rec Employment and Volunteer link for more information and job applications. And they're also taking registration for a variety of winter and spring programs, and there's a website for that, which is radnorparksandrecreation.com. Spring community sports signups are currently taking place for Radnor Wayne Little League and Boys and Girls Youth Lacrosse. And those you can find at radnorsports.com for more information. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Finance and Audit, Commissioner Higgins.
First item on the agenda is the schedule of bills payable. Again, we have an inconsistency between the identified item and the agenda item, so I don't know which is correct. Is it bill list 2011-2A is on the list, or is it 2011-01B on the agenda?
It would be the agenda.
It would be the agenda that's correct? Okay. So the request is for grand disbursements, excuse me, of $1,679,972.40. These bills have been approved by the respective department heads and are within the budgetary limits and are processed by the finance department. So I'm okay with introducing them and having them paid.
Do I have a second?
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment? Any public comment?
I'm sorry. Just a brief comment. Jim Schneller, St. David's. I was wondering about the, on page 7, there's an item for 60 grand for so many tons of salt. There's much talk in the public arena now about the amounts of salt that are being applied. And without getting into that, I was simply wondering if you could tell me how much of our salt has been used to date. In other words, from this 1,000 tons, would it be possible to approximate to me how much has been used this winter, which I would classify as a slightly above average snowy winter?
We can get back to that. We don't have that
Yeah, I don't
information.
think we're going to have that number. Bill Hagan, would you like to comment?
We've probably used about 800 tons of that 1,000. And there's another 600 on order.
And Bill, this is a much more above average winter, wouldn't you say? I mean, the snow seems to be every couple days at this point.
Yeah, but what happens is the smaller storms are actually, they're more material storms than your bigger storms. I mean, last year you had some 20 inches, 18 inches, and you actually don't use as much material on those as you do these small storms with ice involved.
Yeah, okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
I wanted to try and gauge how much we use. If you could please go to page 9. I wanted to ask about Radnor Studio 21. Is there any way that could be staggered or, paid to them in installments? I know it's a 2011 contribution and they're just getting it flat out.
Bill White, you want to comment on that?
Sure. We receive a lump sum for all but I think a couple $1,000s of that from Comcast. So basically, it's not like we're outlaying tax dollars all at once. We receive a lump sum, and basically we're just clearing it and turning it right around based on our agreement with Radnor Studio 21. So I'm not sure I see much benefit in staggering that out.
And Bill, we're required to pass that through based on the cable franchise agreements and whatnot.
Based on the current agreements that are in place.
Yep. Okay. Any further comment?
Yes, because this is a disbursement or finance related, I was wondering if I could ask the board about the current status of the lawsuit against David Bayshore, not the one involving libel or with the particulars, but I know there's a large judgment outstanding for the township. I was wondering why it's been a year that this hasn't progressed anywhere.
It's a matter of
John,
litigation, Jim. We're not gonna debate it publicly.
I understand.
Okay.
I wanted to encourage the board to try to press that through. That's a tidy sum. I think most residents would consider it owed to us. And I don't want to see the opponent gain any ground on the basis of time. I think if we act expediently, while the evidence is all clear, we have the best chance of gaining. And also, has there been any result on insurance companies' review of that case? Were any of those?
Mr. Schneller, could you limit your comments to the schedule of bills payable?
This isn't public discussion.
Yeah, it's just right,
So I'll drop
we have a
that
motion on the
second
table
question.
to accept the bills
Right.
payable list. Thank you. There'll be public comment at the end. Thank you. Any further comment on the schedule, on the motion on the table? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries 7-0.
Next item on the agenda is the introduction of ordinance 2011-05, which pertains to the 2011 fee schedule. So we have in front of us a 26-page document outlining those fees. I just have a handful of questions, Bob and Bill, and just my first question is philosophically, I guess is the right way to describe it. Some fees were held flat, some were showing increases. Can you give a little bit of color or explanation around why some were held flat? I mean, I can understand why some were increased, but why some were held flat?
Really, what we were trying to do with a lot of those, since it's department by department, was put the fee change narratives in there to help give some explanation to that extent. I think that's why the department heads are here tonight, is to be able to address any specific questions on that.
in most cases, if a fee was changed, it was meant to either more closely reflect what our expense is or to try to keep up with the pace that expenses for providing those services are going up. That's just a generalized statement. Each one kind of has their own little nuance, though.
That was a perfectly fine answer. I have 4 specific questions, and I'll go page by page. On page 4, under that top section, the last one, the 5th one, DRB application fees for building additions and accessory structures. It actually went down by $100. Is that
I'm sorry, Kevin, could you repeat that, please? Where is that?
page 4? It's at the top section. It says, it's the very black part, says fee description.
Design review board.
Yeah, design review board is the 5th one down. Design review board application fees for building additions and accessory structures. It says the 2010 fee was $200 and the 2011 fee is $100.
That's an error. That should have increased.
So that should be.
Actually, that should be the same. I'm sorry. That should be $200 right there.
So 2011, that should be 200.
That's correct.
Okay. My next one, I believe, is probably a typo, but if you go to page 6, the 3rd one down. Said-
425, I already asked that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I
425,
suspect. So that
thank
should
you.
be 425, okay.
I
Page,
don't know, I kind of like the old one.
Well, the old one doesn't mean anything now.
page 11. I guess, let me come back to page 11 for a second. That's more of a discussion item. Page 16. I thought the wording on page 16 was potentially vague and may need clarification. It says, on the second item down, it says returned check. And it says our proposed fee is $50. Is that $50 in addition to any bank charge that we may be assessed? Or is that in lieu of any bank charge we may be assessed?
Well, the $50 is intended to cover the township's cost that would be assessed by the bank onto us for depositing the check in the first place. That, any charge that the payer's bank might put on them would be in addition to
No,
that
I understand the pay,
$50.
but usually when you have a return check, you as the depositor get hit. So this $50 is supposed to cover that, not our additional processing costs for having to do it twice?
No, they pay their own, this is our cost.
If you deposit a check that bounces, in today's environment, your bank usually hits you as well.
Yeah, well, that's.
Yeah, we're going to
for-
pay a
yeah.
fee, but is,
Bill, I think the
assume
question
she's 30 and then we have 20 on there for our
what is the
handling?
fee that we're assessed if we deposit a bad check?
$30.
30.
So
And we have administrative
So the 20,
overhead.
the additional 20 is to cover our administration costs?
Yes.
Okay, got it. The next one in item 11, and, you know, I'll even say this up front, that perhaps this isn't the time and place to discuss it, but we've discussed, it's the intermunicipal transfer of liquor licenses. And in the past, we've discussed a little bit of a concern about the quantity of liquor licenses that get transferred into Radnor Township. Do we have discretion to raise that fee to, for example, $10,000 to make it? John's laughing,
Has to
so.
cover the cost.
Fees, yeah, the fee's got to be related to what your costs are.
Okay.
So, I mean, we have, I believe, hearings, usually not extensive hearings on these transfers, but it would have to be related to that cost.
Okay.
Do those hearings, do they have to be held at zoning also, or is it just here at the Board of
No,
Commissioners?
no, just under the liquor code in front of the
Okay.
governing body.
Right, okay.
I'll move the introduction.
Hold on,
With-
I have a
with the
couple
one
questions.
change.
I have some questions, too.
Why don't we do them after it's introduced?
That's fine, okay,
All right, I move the introduction.
Second.
okay.
Commissioner comment?
Yep, Commissioner comment. I just have one question. I've been focused on, I looked at all the rates, and I'm glad to see that some are staying the same and some are going up. One question I have is, I see that under Parks and Recreation, this is on page 19, and I think I need clarification first before I make my comment, but I see that the Youth Basketball League has to pay $120 per participant, and that's going to stay the same. And I see all of the camps and whatnot, those fees are staying the same. I see that we're going to eliminate, there was a per head fee that will be dropped. I don't know if that's on this page.
Yeah, that is, and
Yeah.
I already asked that question. It's because of legal, we can't charge it.
No, I understand that. Okay, and then I see on page 20 that the softball teams have to pay a field permit. It's $275 per team, and then $60 per night and $20 per hour, and so on and so on. What I don't see on here is anything related to soccer. And I guess my point of view here, now maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see it. Someone argued that, well, soccer is run by an outside organization, and, well, I look a little closer at the youth basketball, and it says league, so that's run by an outside organization. We administratively collect the fees, and we pass those fees along to those leagues. And we take, I guess, a portion of that to pay these fees. But, my question here is, when we did our budget, and I looked at our budget, and again, I'm not trying to pick on Parks and Rec, but I'm looking at all the other departments are charging fees to cover the cost of administration of those services and to cover and offset most of the cost of those services, especially if you look at engineering. Yet in the Parks and Rec department, I'm seeing an opportunity here where we could potentially recover some fees for soccer. Now, please correct me. Am I right in saying that we're not presently collecting fees on soccer, or if we are, how much are we collecting?
The fees that we're presently collecting from soccer, from the Radnor Soccer Club, are to pay for the lights at Enke Turf Field.
For the lights?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a relatively small number. The reason I bring this up is this board had to approve a 11% tax increase in 2010, a 9% tax increase for 2011, and from all indications that I have right now, we're looking at least another 8 to 9% tax increase for 2012. And yet, we have a program that's absolutely not covering any of the costs associated with the field use. And while I think soccer, as well as all the other sports that go on in the township, are an integral part, a vital part, an important part of this community, I also say, well, why is it fair to keep raising taxes to bridge these gaps and not charge fees across the board and make it fair for everyone? The way I see, we're discriminating. The kids that are in soccer are getting something for next to nothing in terms of the field use, yet if my kid's in softball, a part of the money I pay for him to be in softball is going to the township. So why are the kids in softball paying more than
The adult rate.
than
It's
the
adult
soccer?
The
softball.
adult
It's
softball.
adult.
Okay, fine.
Youth
Why are the
softball
adults?
doesn't pay either.
That's great. So why are the
Lacrosse
programs?
doesn't pay.
Okay, well, we need,
The youth programs don't pay.
I appreciate that. So I'll correct my statement. Why are we not trying to recover some of the cost on soccer fields and soccer use? And for that matter, for the youth teams. We're looking at a program that runs about $2.6 million a year to administer. That includes the maintenance of the fields, the administration of those programs, and the operation of the Parks and Rec department. And we're shy about $1 million this year in our budget. And I say to myself, yes, we could increase parking tickets. Yes, we could increase parking meters. But why are we not looking here? Why are we not willing to, just to have the courage to say, you know what, we could have these teams kick in some money here to help offset these costs. We're talking $2.6 million in costs and only about $600,000 in fees collected on programs. So my comment is, I'm going to vote against this fee schedule because it does not recover those costs.
So why don't you make a motion for recovery?
Well,
And
because
maybe you'll get support.
it's far more complex than that. I cannot, with information at hand, make a decision and try to put into this fee schedule everything that needs to be put into this fee schedule. I did ask staff to put together the old fee versus the new fee and also look into this issue, but we have nothing here. And I understand I'll just be blunt, there's a very strong political tide in this township to keep it free and fully subsidize this. And I know that's a very popular thing to do. It certainly helps you get votes when it's time to get your votes. But my job right now is to make sure we balance our budget. I've been saying this for 3 years now, that unless we live within our means, and unless we recognize that we are not living within our means, even in 2006, when we had record revenues, the revenues were the highest ever. We
Didn't you
still,
say you weren't going to give a speech
I'm
tonight?
going to give a speech.
I see that.
You said you weren't going to
Why
give
don't you wait
speeches,
till
John.
11:30?
Well, but I'm going to make a point. Even in a year that we had the best revenue ever, we still spent more than we had. And the way we did that was we used bond money to buy cars. We used bond money to buy short life assets. We lived beyond our means, about $1 million in the best year. And here we are, 4 years later, 5 years later, 6 years later, we're still living beyond our means, and yet we're afraid to ask people to pay for what they get. So my speech is
I would
over.
say make a motion then.
Well, my motion
Well,
is
let me ask a question, Judge, because my recollection is we have the discretion to approve this and add new fees.
Correct.
So we can, so you can look into a proposal that comes back with additional fees associated with what John is talking about.
We could, and one of the questions I know that came up was regarding, what these actual costs were, and not that these costs were ever detailed as to labor and all these other costs. Preliminary numbers that staff had come up with is that if we went to an individual field maintenance fee per player, you'd be in the $200-300 plus range. So if we're going to look to charge $200 to $300 per player, per child, per adult to participate in the programs, there will be no programs, because I don't know of any parent that's going to pay $200 or $300 or more dollars per athlete per program, and then pay all the other costs associated with that. Which, maybe I'm wrong in making that assumption, but the issue was I don't know who will participate in those programs.
Well, that analysis, Bob, I would suggest is really bogus, in that the fields aren't used 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So and even more important, if you look at the value of our homes and why Radnor's a good place to live, right after school district, recreation is the hot item. If you look at when Philadelphia Magazine gave us that rating, number 2, right after schools, is recreation. So every taxpayer is kicking in for this. The players are taxpayers' kids, and it's keeping everybody's home values up. That's why we do it.
Yeah, but I think there's merit to users paying more than non-users.
Well, I was going to suggest, Kevin, that instead of we used to call it a field fee, and we know what the problem is with that. We should have an activities fee, but it doesn't have to try to cover the whole
No,
cost
I agree
of
with that. It
things.
doesn't, that's what I was about to say. It doesn't have to cover the full $200, but I think there's a lot of merit to users of services paying a greater portion of the cost of those services than non-users.
Yes.
Well, people.
And my argument is not that they even pay something. At this moment, I don't feel that there's any recovery of those funds. Let me clarify. John Nagel stated the second reason people want to live here is because of the sports programs. I fully agree with that. But the number one reason why people will leave this township is high taxes. I've seen it in every town near us that have high taxes. People leave those towns because of high taxes. So in my mind, if you want to have these things, great. I'm in favor of it. I think it's great for the community. But if we can somehow offset some of the cost by exerting some fees, and I don't want to break the bank here. I don't want to drive people out of sports. But quite frankly, my sons played ice hockey, roller hockey, and you know what? It was about $1,000 a season, and there was no subsidy. We had to go to the place, we had to pay all the fees, we had to buy all the equipment. There was no subsidy. That was the game. It was a very expensive game. So, maybe I don't have enough sensitivity here, but I think at the same time, I'm very sensitive to property values. I'm very sensitive to the economics of this, and I just ask that staff does, in fact, as part of this motion, I'll amend the motion to say that staff will come back to us with a proposal on fees to recover some revenue from the youth users of these fields.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
And it's very conceptual, just come back with the concepts of how we can recover some of the costs for the
Right.
use of our fields.
Yeah, some proposal on fee levels, and that is equitable and not going to put us into any legal issues.
Well, I just think that if we're going to go down this road, we can't be picking on youth sports, okay? Let's see how much people use the streams and go fishing. Let's see how much people use the trail. Let's see how much people just walk on our parks. Let's see how much people, you could go on and on and on.
We say it, we pay it through our taxes, and that's why people
Well,
move to Radnor Township. So we
But
don't
we
need to
don't-
go John's Road. You
we
don't have to vote for his,
spend money
you don't have to vote for his
maintaining the
motion.
streams. We don't.
Just vote no on his motion.
We don't spend any money maintaining streams. We don't. We're not allowed to touch the streams by law, right?
Bill does a lot of work cleaning culverts out.
Well, but we don't touch the streams. So okay, we have a motion on the table.
Yeah, but we also have more commissioner comment.
Any more commissioner comment on the current motions?
I've got some questions on this. Page 4. And this is just for my education. When we have permit fees such as electrical, where we have, where it says $20 per $1,000 or fraction thereof, is that only for the specific part of the work that is related to electrical?
That's correct.
So that if someone had a job that had a lot of capital, but the electrician was only there for one day, you're only going to pay what the cost of that electrician was for one day?
Well, it'll be on the permit, the dollar amount for the electrical job, for that performance, whether it's a day or 3 months.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I didn't understand that, and I just wanted to
Yep.
make sure.
I have another
I have more.
question. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah? Page 11, under community development, other, it says change of contractor, no fee non-refundable. Was that an issue in the past, Matt?
It's, Mary Ann's brought it up, community development, to me, that there's been a few issues where that there's a lot of reasons why, but the individual will whether it's commercial, residential, decides to change contractor. So we've issued a refund. Now we have this, and it's been, I'm not going to say it's arbitrary, but there have been cases where we have issued refunds and we haven't. I'm not sure of the specifics on it. But I want to state it clear that the fee is now non-refundable.
Okay, thanks. Page 17, this is the room rentals here in this building. We had discussed, when this was being developed, something about waivers, and I wondered if we had ever settled on a policy for that. It seems to me if a group's using a meeting room during the day when township's open, and they don't need equipment and they don't need staff, that I don't see why we can't just waive those fees.
Well, I think what it is we have those who are nonprofits that use it, which
Right.
in theory are profits, and we waive those, but yet we have a tenant here that is required to pay
Sure.
for use of the room.
So
We
it'd be
feel it should
limited.
equitable.
It would be limited to township-based nonprofit organizations.
I
then?
think we would you would use, when you use this room, outside of like the school district or scout troops or those that would be able to use it, everyone else would have to pay the fee.
It's that League of Women Voters uses Paulie's conference room so you'd expect them to pay a fee.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think that we need to consider waivers for a now, if a group's coming in the evening or on the weekend when we do need to have our folks here, or they're using equipment, that's not the story I'm talking about. I'm just talking about weekdays when the building's staffed. And no, they don't need anything but just a space to sit and talk. And it's a township 501 or township organization. Homeowners Association board, for example. Seems to me that we should be able to waive the fees for those groups. So I'd like you to consider that. And I do see that we moved up the bulk trash collection for the 9 or more units, proportionate to the others, and I'm not going to vote against that, but those folks only were able to take advantage of that for about 2 months because of the township lagging on that issue. And then on Parks and Rec, says non-pavilion picnic areas? Is that the Willows?
That would be the Willows.
Why don't
and
you say the
as-
Willows then?
As well as Clemacrone and
Oh.
Callan Park.
Yeah, it's
And we
not-
also take some reservations at Friends of Radnor Trails Park.
Okay. That's all I have.
I just had one quick question for Matt on the, there's a new fee called a special event sponsor fee on page 6, and I just wanted to know what that was.
Yeah, we've had quite a few festivals. I mean, they're gaining more, such as the Wayne Jazz Festival, the Fall Festival. And what we've typically done in the past is charge them an event for holding it to the sponsor, whether it's the WBA or Mainline Range Rover for sponsoring them. Now it clearly states that they're responsible for it. So, I mean, in the past, we've charged it for them, it just never stated it. So this is not really technically a new fee, it just states that it's a new fee. So that would be $250 in addition to the other fees provided.
So if you had, so a one for the whole event?
One for the whole event, correct.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
Any further commissioner comment?
You wore me out.
Any public comment?
Bob Nicholas, on behalf of the Radnor Athletic Association. As far as the discussion about the fees for the youth sports organizations, I just wanted to make a couple comments. One was that the sports organizations do have made payments over the years for various items related to the care of the fields and for other improvements in fencing, dugouts, and other amenities. We've purchased grass seed and fertilizer for different fields that were in poor condition. In fact, we were also considering making, I think it was a $15,000 purchase for materials for Memorial Field. But when we heard about the possibility of Agnes Irwin, it seemed to be, money that wouldn't be well spent. The other thing, in terms of the level of those fees, on behalf of Little League, we contacted Little League headquarters, and the Eastern District head told us about 80% of Little Leagues don't pay anything for the use of public or school fields. The ones that do pay various permit fees or other fees, but we checked with Lower Merion and Tredeffern Easttown, and where they have to pay, they don't have to pay in every field, but where they do have to pay, it's something like a permit fee for $100 for the whole season. So from a comparative standpoint, what other leagues play and what other programs pay, at least for public facilities, is in the $100 to $150 per season range, which is much lower. It's about I don't know how many fields we use, but it's much lower than what we paid in 2010 for the $10 per participation fee. So that's just sort of comparative information. Also, the clubs have contributed to the turf field at the high school, the first one that was put in. Also made contributions for the second one that was put in. Those probably, I don't have the totals in front of me, but it was on the order of $30,000-$40,000. But more importantly, we did a lot of work getting contributions, so the community contributed about a third of the cost of both those fields. And in addition, the first turf field, money's been put into an account to help fund the replenishment or expansion of that field. So the clubs are, I'll say, they're willing to participate, they're willing to give money, and they're willing to pay for improvements and for maintenance on a cooperative basis. But the level that we've been paying in 2010, which is only the 1 year that we had the fee, the $10 fee, was far in excess than what any other programs that are comparable in comparable communities would pay. In the poorer communities, they don't pay anything because they can't afford it. So we're probably, way beyond the upper end of the spectrum in terms of what that fee would represent. So I would say that at least the heads of the clubs that I'm associated with, I mean, they're willing to make contributions. They're willing to put money into improving fields, into maintaining fields. But because their funds aren't regular unless they add it to their fees, it's something that they would rather not have as a mandatory fee. So, but we have lots of other information if you like it, and we have records of what we contributed to different things over the years.
If I can just kind of follow up on what Bob is saying, and an earlier comment, John, I think that you made about how there is a political connection to why we do not charge youth sports these various fees, and it's because it's easy to get votes from people. The budget and the fees are really political statements. What's important to the community is what you're saying when you pass a budget and you have certain services in there. I think with regard to the youth and sports programs, it clearly is a political statement on our end as a board in not charging these fees because, one, we recognize the value of having youth sports. I mean, what's the one thing that we're always talking to our kids about? Get outside and play. In this community, for better or worse, we have these programs for soccer, lacrosse, basketball, on and on and on, because we're trying to encourage our children to be physically active rather than sit around like a bunch of slugs in front of a computer. And you have to keep in mind that not everyone has the financial wherewithal to put multiple kids into multiple sports if they're going to be charged those fees. So I think the athletic association that you're talking about and representing, Bob, you charge fees to these kids, but that money goes into a fund that then comes back out to them in terms of shirts. And if you don't have an Agnes Irwin, you have other facilities where you have to pay fees for time in a basketball court. I think it's all part of the political statement that we're making as a board and as a community, that we value these programs because they're our children. They're our biggest investment. So I'm really not in favor of looking into a situation which is going to result in some kids being left out. It just isn't fair to me. So I'm going to vote against your amendment with all due respect.
The other thing I just wanted to point out is that these programs are open to all members of the community, and some of them are even restricted to members of the community. And also, if someone can't pay, I think at least the large programs have a scholarship type program where they can apply and get either full financial aid or partial financial aid so that they can play. So we don't want kids not to. I mean, these programs are set up for the community, so they're set up not to be exclusive, and if not to keep people out because they can't pay.
Bob, I have a few questions. What I'm hearing is that we do charge fees for kids to participate in these programs. Those fees, I believe, are collected, if they're administrated through the township, they're collected by the township, and then I believe we do keep some portion of that for administrative costs, and then we pass that along to you. And in the end, you guys do run a surplus at the current fee structure that you have, and on occasion you've been able to give that money back and better some of the fields that we have. In addition to that, I believe that most of the coaching is volunteer, but is that true? Is all the coaching volunteer, or are they paid?
It varies by the program. Sometimes there's some high school kids or college kids that we pay. It depends on the program. I think the Little League, which I'm most familiar with, doesn't have any paid coaches. Sometimes we'll have a speaker come in to speak to the coaches and pay that person. But it's a low proportion of the.
Do you have expenses for umpires?
Well, yeah, I mean, basically, the programs are priced to break even. So we try not to run a deficit, and the rest of the money goes into either a capital fund or a fund to allow us to pay the charter fees for the next year. You know, there's very little expended. It varies a little bit by program, so I can't make a blanket statement. But for the most part, we're talking about probably in excess of 90% of the money is going directly for the programs, and not the fees paid to individuals. So we're paying for equipment, we're paying for umpires, we're paying for bats and balls and fees we might have to pay to use a private facility.
And what part of the fees that you collect, now this is just talk about your experience, direct experience, what part of those fees that you collect are actually returned to the township or kept by the township in the processing of those?
Well, basketball is a township program. It's completely, all the money goes to the township, and all the expenses come from the township. So there's no one else participates in that other than the township.
We pass through, we collect the fees, right? We administrate the signups, but do we not pass through the revenue to you at some
No.
point?
Not for basketball.
No?
No, it's a 100% township program.
John, this is a prime example of where the park board should get together as a committee and bring these teams in and discuss this and not bring it up at a commissioners meeting and just willy-nilly just throw everything in the air and let's discuss everything, you know?
Bill, I appreciate that, and
Yeah.
what we have to remember is that the members of the Parks and Rec Board, they do a lot of great work, but they're not responsible for the
Park and
budget.
Recreation of the commissioners, their
Okay.
committee.
That's
And you can
fine.
go to that meeting and you can ask all your questions. You can spend 5 hours of your time if you
Just
want.
I'm taking advantage of the moment, but I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none at 11:35. All right, I'll call the question on, I guess on my amendment first. Those in favor say aye.
Let's clarify what we're voting on here. Your amendment to,
My amendment was to have staff develop options in terms of fees to be paid by youth sports users. I'll call the question. Sorry, I'll call the question. I'll repeat that. The motion is, that I made was to have staff develop some information around charging fees for the youth sports programs in the township. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed.
So the motion fails 4-3. The second motion is, I believe it was John Nagel's, or no, I'm sorry, Kevin Higgins? Or John Nagel, I forget now, I think I lost my pulse on
I
that.
believe it was Kevin's main motion
Kevin?
to
I see
approve
Kevin here.
Right, well,
with a handful of administrative changes that
Correct.
the board identified.
Okay. So, those in favor of Kevin's amendments, say aye.
Did anybody second it?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I believe it was. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries 7-0. That's it.
The next item on the agenda is Resolution 2011-01, which is the establishment of a Citizens Audit and Financial Advisory Committee. So, Bob or Bill, can somebody kind of give us an overview of the proposal here and explain a little bit how it differs from the existing organization, and does it replace the existing organization?
Well, first of all, with regard to the existing, or what was the CBFAC, the legislation that created that group was very specific in terms of the timeline that their charter ran, which expired last year. So this, in fact, replaces that as an entirely new advisory board. The name change is simply surrounded around focusing on one of the primary responsibilities of serving as a public audit committee. Someone outside of the administration that would hear and review audit comments from the various audits that the township receives. So that's why emphasis was placed in the title about that responsibility of the board. And then the concept itself was certainly came out of the idea of the CBFAC and some of the recommendations and discussions and ideas that came from that group, coupled with the fact that this is something that I had worked with back in Ohio and was starting to get some legs, and it seemed to have a lot of good features to provide or to run public or financial related questions and issues and concerns by a public group prior to going to the board. Furthermore, it's a recommended practice to have such a committee exist to hear audit results and other things going on. Not to mention the long list of financial related issues and agenda items that we have moving forward. So that was the reasoning behind putting the group together. We had talked briefly back in October about doing it. This is just putting it onto paper and hopefully getting the process moving.
Move the approval of the resolution.
It's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment?
Anybody interested in tabling it to, I don't know that we're going to give it the respect it needs at 20 minutes to 12. Any thoughts on that?
I think it's important that we get this moving. The resolution we have here is, to me, is somewhat vague, but in the sense that this committee will be reporting to the board. What we're not designating here is, I believe there may be some things missing. I don't really have, I think, to say what Don's saying. It is kind of late in the night. But normally we will state the number, the term, and we should actually consider, well, more specific in terms of a list of tasks and responsibilities. It just seems a little vague to me. I see it in the attachment. There's some specifics, but not in the actual resolution that would govern this board. So I don't know. I'd be inclined to table this also
I
to the
motion
next
that we
meeting.
table this for till the next meeting. And
Sarah's been sitting here all night long. She's been sitting here all night long waiting to talk about this.
I mean, Sarah, I'd be interested to hear your input, but I just don't think we're going to give it the kind of respect that it's entitled to. When
you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
terrible, but
Well, come on up and make your comments. So.
yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It is very late. Couple of quick things. I think it's great you're forming a permanent committee. It's a really good thing for the community. I would recommend 10 members is too large of a committee. We had 8 active members. That's a lot. 10 is a lot of people to manage all their schedules and get them where they need to go. I'd recommend having 7 volunteer committee members with, and then having the finance director as a non-voting for 8. That's what I'd recommend. I don't see
Any
really-
recommendations, Sarah, as to reallocating? Just take one off residents, one off business owners, or?
You could do, 5 residents, 2 business owners. I don't actually see the need to have an identified Radnor Bank or financial institution representative. A bank is a vendor. I don't think that that's necessary. You want someone who is a resident with those expertise on the committee, but I don't see a need to identify them
So
uniquely.
my preference would be 7 citizens.
Was there any logic to that?
Well, it was just making it very clear that or making it mandatory that you would always have someone with that expertise on the board. So while I agree that you could get that by having the 7 resident members, there's always the chance that, when people reapply or don't reapply and new people come on and get hired, that they may not have that. And you just may end up with a board that doesn't, even when your intention is to have that. So that's why it was specifically designated as a financial institution or bank representative.
Would that person be a Radnor resident who does work for a bank, or you're saying just someone, so like in theory, you could have somebody who works at TD Bank in Wayne who lives in,
No, TD Bank.
Everybody we appoint to a board has to be a registered voter in the township.
so
So
that's
they'd have
why
to
I
be a
think
resident.
maybe, I'm afraid you might box yourself in by having that kind of restriction.
Would it make-
Clearly, you'd look for that in
Would it
the
make more sense for this
application.
resolution to actually specify the experience or qualifications? I mean, we don't generally do that, but it's probably a good idea.
Well, that's, I was gonna just ask this question as to what's the logic for somebody from a bank or a financial institution versus, say, a citizen who's works for an accounting firm?
Well, it's a little bit, it's a different expertise.
Right, but I'm just,
Yeah.
what expertise when you wrote this bill, what expertise did you envision the bank or the financial institution representative bringing?
Again, it was just ensuring that someone with that frame of reference, someone with that mentality was on the board at all times, just to provide an alternative perspective of things.
So somebody who looks at it from the point of view of a credit analyst, for example?
Yes.
Okay.
Or from a financial
Movement in
institution.
interest rates and things like that. Conceptually, it's a great idea, and you do want that person. I'm just not sure you want to put it this way in the document. So think about that.
I think there's merit to putting a skill set around, what the board ought to consist of, a minimum of, 2X, 1Y, or something like that. I think there's merit to that concept.
I think it would be helpful.
Okay.
So maybe we'll have staff, maybe between now and the next meeting, we'll have them tweak this a little bit. Bob, I think, unless the board feels differently, I think it would be helpful if we put some of the, let's say, the skill requirements that we're looking for on this committee in the resolution, saying we're looking for membership that has some experience in the following areas.
I'd go a little bit beyond that. I would actually look for a specific designation, such as, and I'm not saying this is the right thing, but such as somebody who has expertise as a credit analyst for a bank, or somebody who is a, partner at a, multinational.
It seems to me
accounting
that
firm.
would be okay to be desired, but not required, only in that we don't have that for zoning hearing board, which is a very significant board. We don't have that for planning. We don't have it for any of
I
our
mean,
boards.
my thought is to do the opposite and make it 7 citizens and
Yeah,
seek what we want, but
Yeah.
I think we're making a mistake by.
Yeah, we don't have
making
to,
it too
we don't have to
particular.
appoint people if we don't think they're qualifying what we want.
But we
have
could include language about the skill set that we'd like to have.
No, but
I
if
just
we.
don't see any reason. It's 7
Yeah,
citizens.
we're 7
and then we pick-
citizens, and
any
it's our
board
job to
picks
put the
ones
best
they
people
want.
we
That's
can
how
get
I
on
would do
there.
it if it were up to
Yeah.
me.
The name
Yeah,
of the
you're right.
committee is pretty self-explanatory
Yeah,
in
yeah.
terms of what you'd be applying to do. I kind of like the idea of 7 residents.
No, I didn't even finish.
Second the table.
Any more comment?
Yeah, real quick. Meetings are open to the public. Would that include working sessions? Are you looking at this committee to be different?
Sunshine Act all the way.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think you should make sure that's clear to
Yes,
anyone who's
I
applying. Then the last comment would be the last bullet. Any other projects or tasks as assigned to it by the Township Board of Commissioners is definitely too open-ended. So you might want to add, like, as accepted by a majority vote of the CARFAC group.
Nah.
Hmm? No? Well, what if I was on the group and you called me and said, I want you to plow snow? Right, I
We're
mean,
not gonna
any
ask
other,
you.
Well,
any
first
other
of all,
projects or tasks?
I can't
Yeah,
ask you to
yeah,
do that.
yeah.
The board has
Right,
to ask you.
right. I'm,
Since
That's
I'm
how-
not paying
that's how
you,
we-
you don't have to
so
do
I
anything.
would just say I would, tighten
Yeah.
up that last bullet, that's all.
That's,
Thank
that
you.
it gives us flexibility, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further public comment?
Just looking at it from the perspective of those applying and knowing what they're getting into, so, thanks.
Sarah, do you have a snow blower?
I've used it a lot this year.
Well, when we put the sidewalk on Shimoni Road, we'll be able to get
Well,
it.
I'd like to reiterate and emphasize that we should clarify that these are open to the public and held pursuant to the Sunshine Act, that these meetings. So maybe we can put that language in there.
That's the law.
Well,
How we ran the
Well-
CVFAC, so.
Bob Zinkowski, we've recommended some things. If there's any way to get a draft of this back, just maybe a week in advance of the meeting so we can reflect on where it's headed, but I appreciate it.
I'll be very brief. I want to echo everything that Sarah said. I think she's exactly right. I've also found in my experience that whenever you have a finance committee, people self-select out if they don't have that expertise. They don't want to sit through it all. Secondly, I agree with you for that same reason, Commissioner Curley, because people do self-select out, and if you have too many criteria, it just makes it too complicated. Lastly, I applaud this effort. I think it's great, but you still are missing an HR committee. And when you look at your budget, that's half the cost. And with all due respect to the township management, they're great, but you need independent guidance on what is your biggest expense item. It could be incorporated into this, it could be something separate. But to be silent on it, I think, is a mistake. Thanks.
John, if I may just ask a question, I believe that this was sent to the Board of Commissioners over a week ago?
It was, but
Okay.
I think with the public comment, we've
Will do.
gained the benefit of
Okay.
public comment.
Will do.
and
Okay.
All the wiser.
Considering what the gentleman, what the gentleman before me just said, I think, could you include language about the HR? Didn't you just give a contract tonight for HR attorney or an HR advisor? Or certainly
Labor relations.
that was labor. But I know there's a woman that was considered very valuable that you appointed recently. Could you just put in that she might sit with the CB or whatever their name is at the discretion of the chairman, or some language encouraging, please?
Thank you for your comment. Okay, I don't see any further public comment coming. All those in favor of tabling this and having staff work on it, state aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Now you know why a motion to table is not debatable, you just go to the vote, you know, that's law.
Right, the last item on the agenda for finance and audit is a motion authorizing the township to bind coverage for workers' compensation from January 1st, 2011 through December 31st, 2011 for an annual premium of $356,162. And if I understand the guidance we were provided, Bob, this is Bill, this is a $60,000 savings relative to what we projected in the budget. Is that accurate?
Did you say 60,000? Because it's actually,
Yeah.
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 My math is really screwed up.
I
here.
know, it's not like you,
a lot
Kevin,
bigger
you
than
must
that.
be,
Yeah.
after quarter 12, you're
yes.
done.
Correct
late.
my math, Bill.
yeah, well, it's.
I was disappointed in the outcome of the football game last night, so I'm crying through the tears, get my math right.
Actually, we did significantly better than we thought we were going to
Yeah.
based on initial projections, so
Looks like about 140.
about 140,000.
Yeah.
I'll move the authorization.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any commissioner comment?
Just thanks for a great job.
Yeah.
The power of competition. I'll pass that along, thank you.
Any public comment? Sarah, are you coming up? Okay. Seeing no public comment, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right. Library, Commissioner Schaefer.
I have three very brief announcements. The first, as many people already know, there's been a reduction in hours at the library. On Wednesdays, the library is now closing at 6 p.m. instead of 8 p.m. And on Saturdays and Sundays, it's open from 1:30 to 5. Some good news, the roof work is proceeding. In January, last week, the 14th, there was a pre-bid conference at the library, and about 20 contractors showed up. So that work is moving forward.
Yeah.
And then finally, there will be some openings on the Library Board of Trustees. If anyone is interested in serving on that board, the seats will open up in June, and in early March, you can get on the website and apply.
Okay, Public Health, there is no report. Any old business?
Actually, I just want to make an announcement that's been made many times, but I'm going to make it again. Next Monday in this room at 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock is the Conservation Development Series, the Sustainability Series presentation. And it's addressing using zoning and ordinances to encourage open space. They have some really great speakers lined up. I encourage everyone who's interested in preservation and land planning with the aim of preservation to attend, especially the 6 people sitting to my left, to my right, to your left. I really encourage you all to come. Thank you.
New business, Mr. Zinkowski, you had some suggestions here. Taking that it's 10 minutes to midnight, would you want to consider talking about these at the next meeting?
We can do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Public participation. Is anyone still awake?
Still here.
You guys deserve a medal.
You deserve a medal. You're so alert at midnight. I can't believe it. And thank you. And it's just because it's a new year and a lot of stuff I think has surfaced tonight. My name's Jim Schneller. I'm in St. David's, and there's a line for $9,381 for basketball shirts. I forgot to mention. So I think that would be a great reason. I hope that John's suggestion might at least foment. That might foment some kind of small charge.
They pay for that. They pay for those shirts
We don't-
100%.
We don't need to debate it.
That's public paid?
No.
No, it's paid out of the fees that they pay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking
activity
about.
fees.
It's a little bit of public help.
Appreciate your support.
My second question about the David Bayshore suits. Well, this isn't about the suits. This is about insurance. Has the insurance company come back with any info about their coverage for the possible?
Where you been?
They paid.
Where you been?
They paid, Jim. They paid $500,000.
You did?
Yes.
Well, congratulations. And an even more important item that I only bring up because I know I can cover it quickly is the fact that there was a beautiful historic mansion called Poplar House. Recently, it either was torn down or all hope was given up. And there's now a house at 437 East Lancaster. It's a big old rambling rust red house next to the Crestwood. You know where they just tore down half a twin? It's 3 or 4 lots up towards St. David Station. It is a dandy. I just wanted to encourage you, and I'm going to encourage the Historical Commission, that you consider putting in some kind of a site-by-site historical implement in the historical ordinance so that individual properties can be saved. I know this has been through many boards as they've changed, and people often think it might be a little bit too favorable to the historical movement. But there's something we have to remember. The builders have had their way for 40, 50 years. They have encouraged everyone to knock down houses. They've had financial reason to do so. But more so, there have been very unfortunate trends in our industry and the building and the housing building industry, high end and low end, to do away with tradition. The modern theory was you get rid of everything, and I think Radnor would be a great place, and the appearance of this township is so amazing. Great place to give some kind of, and there's certainly a lot of legal implements that you could come up with as far as a site-by-site review, anything that would lean on owners or new owners to save things, especially some of the mansions. By the way, this place, if you could take a look, community wasn't sure about what's going on, but it's been completely stripped of foundation plantings, so you can see the house, 437, I think, East Lancaster. So I hope that if something comes out of Historical Commission or Planning Commission, you'd be favorable about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chip Layfield, Wayne. I just want to kind of build on my comments earlier. I was at the school district last week at a facility meeting, and these orphan properties, I know this board is pretty much in denial. You're happy the way things are. You want things to stay the way they are. But it's on their agenda. They're looking at those properties. They're going to come up with ways that they can be used that would benefit the school district
In Ithan, the talk was possibly a bus depot, so they can free up more parking for the high school students, put the buses over there. And we were talking about North Wayne Field for stormwater management. I'm worried when I see, like this heliport property, no one even seems to be talking to the school district to see if there's a swap possible. I don't think you're really looking at the situation as it currently is with Act 1 in the school district. What I'm afraid of is that, the neighbor's going to see a similar thing like we saw here tonight. A done deal will be marched in for North Wayne Field, for a senior home or something like that. And it seems like if you could be a little bit proactive, talk to that board, try to be creative, try to figure out where you can swap so, it's not costing money. It would be a real benefit to this community to do that. And I'm afraid just going with the denial, thinking everything's going to stay the same, it's not. It's going to change. So good luck with that.
Thank you.
Hey, if you don't call me by my right name, I'm not going to finish.
If Sarah yields time to him.
Baron Gemmer, South Wayne.
You get 4 minutes.
Yes.
3 minutes.
Yields
2
all her
minutes.
time. I'll probably be that brief. Wanted to bring up a topic I brought up before, but just because it's getting very close now, that if you look on the agenda of the Board of Commissioners on the website, that 4 out of the next 8 meetings are not in this facility, and after the summer, the first meeting after the summer and 2 of the first 3 meetings after the summer are not in this facility. And there's a lot of important things that you as a board are discussing that are being brought up, and we had a lot of them tonight, and they're going to be coming back. And I think you're going to disenfranchise people by not being able to watch live, or the possible inconvenience or confusion having it at a different site. I can see people wanting to show up for a discussion and appearing here. My suggestion would be, if you want people to visit these facilities, perhaps have a series of Saturday open houses or something where the commissioners might be there, because people showing up for a meeting are going to show up and sit there, just like at the firehouse. We didn't get a tour. It's not really involving the community as much. If that's what you want to accomplish, then do it in a different manner where you don't disrupt these meetings, because we do have a lot of important business to take care of.
We only get 10 or 15 people here. We might get 20 or 30 out there.
Well, but that's right, because they might happen to be close, but they're just maybe showing up because it's close, not because of the topics and
It's
the
an
things.
educational thing.
And that's why I'm suggesting
The
the
people
open
that are
house.
interested will go there, like you.
I
Baron,
still
I
think
appreciate your comments, and I will discuss this with the manager, and we'll look at, if we're going to do this, we have to make sure we publicize it really well.
Yeah, the
Front
next
page
one's in a month.
newspaper.
February
I understand
28th
that.
is, yeah.
I understand that, but we have to publicize it really well. I think there is benefit to going out, though. I think there is. So I respect your opinion. Thank you.
I'd rather meet here, for what it's worth.
Thank you. I'd like to commend my commissioner, so thank you.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.